Lincolnton, Gastonia, Gaston County in general, the heaviest rain of the morning is almost upon you, and you also have your worst crash of the morning. Typically, we have the worst traffic on I-85 northbound. It's I-85 southbound this time. At exit 26, the Belmont Mount Holly Road Bridge is closed because of a crane truck impacting that earlier on. We'll have more on that on WCNC Plus as we're heading Austin Walker there right now.
Checking the radar situation, that rain, that heavy band of rain that stretches from Hickory to Shelby all the way down into Union in South Carolina is moving in our direction. So be prepared. It's going to be within the Charlotte area probably within the next 45 minutes to an hour with heavy rain and winds gusting up to maybe 45 miles per hour.
All right, well, as you can tell, a busy morning here. The forecast is going to be fluid over the next couple of hours. Expect that. So we have got you covered for every minute of it. Stay weather alert and join us over from 7 a.m. all morning long on our streaming app, WCNC Plus.
That starts in just a few minutes at 7 a.m. We're going until at least noon today. For now, the Today Show is next.
You are streaming live right now at 7 a.m. right now on WCNC Plus as WCNC weather impact alert is in effect for this Wednesday. Live pictures up at Boone show you a glimpse as to why. Severe storms setting to move in through our area over the next hour or so. Hitting Boone first there. You can see the rain there on that cam over King Street. Just a glimpse of what's headed in our direction over the next few hours this morning. Stay with us throughout the morning here on WCNC Plus. I'm Ben Thompson.
And I'm Kaylin Hagwood. That camera actually has seen more rain just within the past 30 minutes. Larry Sprinkle's been tracking it all. Larry, what can you tell us?
Yeah, be weather aware to the weather alert because it is going to be a day with impactful weather. In fact, we're starting to see some of the heavy rain just to the west of the Charlotte metro area, so that's why we're looking at that time frame. Some of the heaviest between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. across the area this morning. You can see the heaviest rainfall. You can see there's Hickory, that's Interstate 40, all the way down to Cleveland County in that extreme western part of Lincoln County, all the way down into Union, South Carolina. This is all moving in our direction. Charlotte metro area, just some very light rainfall at the moment. We're get ready because we're going to be bombarded by some high winds and some very heavy rainfall. Then that's a long line of showers from Newberry, South Carolina, Union, South Carolina, all the way into the upstate of South Carolina to Shelby along the I-40 corridor up towards Hickory. You can see from Hickory south as you head down to Lincoln, down 321, some very heavy rainfall there, and then it extends all the way into Grover in North Carolina, down to Surratt there in South Carolina. So more heavy rain in the mountains. This is a big impactful storm system that covers a lot of territory. Nationwide, about 100 million people are affected by the storm system. Some of the rainfall totals, and only this morning, just a little bit over an inch at just north of Greenville, just south of Shelby, almost an inch of rainfall there. More is on the way. I mentioned the long line of showers extending from the parts of West Virginia, Western Virginia, into the Carolinas, all the way down into Florida this morning. As far as futurecast rainfall, I think in the Charlotte metro, we could get an average of about ½ an inch, but certainly with some of the heavy rains, you can get an inch an hour in some of the storms out there. I think one of the major impacts would be those winds gusting up to maybe 40 to 60 miles per hour. All it takes is a tree limb to hit a power line, and you have power outages that could cover thousands of people, wet ground as well. So that's going to affect the trees out there. And we've had some problems already with that in the past couple of weeks. So you get moistened soil, you get a gusty wind, trees go down. Power outages is certainly an issue that we're going to deal with today. Tornado parameters, I talked about this yesterday. When you see a number on there, it doesn't matter what the number is, if it's a low number or a high number, the potential is there for a spin-up tornado. But I think the major threat is going to be well to the east of us. Now, when you see a 1, Raleigh or 0.9, and you can see this area right here. That's what we're talking about. The major problem is wind shear in that area, and the potential we could get some supercell thunderstorms, spawning tornadoes. So that would be a major threat in the eastern part of the state. So that's why we're looking at that damaging winds risk from Charlotte all the way to the Carolina coastline. As far as any tornadoes, yes, within 25 miles of any point, we're kind of on the medium threat here, and much higher threat as we head over towards areas around Raleigh. Chris is here to talk about the potential that we could see some strong thunderstorms and the potential for a spin-up tornado.
Yeah, everything's in line here, and the only thing that's working in our favor is the time of day. So we already have the line now that's working its way into Gaston County. If this was a little bit more of a late morning event, it would be a much bigger issue because it'd be a lot more unstable. But the main threats, let's bring this full. Tornadoes are most likely to the east because at that point, as this line passes Charlotte, it'll only get stronger. So if you live west of I-77, you actually have the best chance to be really wind damage free and even tornado free, because this is a classic example of what we see here in the Carolinas. It's a fancy term, quasi-linear convective system. All that is a line of thunderstorms that starts to have bows and twists, and we're already seeing signs of that. The only thing that's missing is a higher level of instability, which is going to fuel this. These are short-lived. These are very difficult to forecast, except for you're going to see maybe a chance, because oftentimes whenever you have a tornado warning for, say, one of those warned kinks, likely the tornado already happened. They can last up to about 10 to 15 minutes, but typically they're only on the ground anywhere from about 2 to 4 minutes. So they form fast, they're short-lived, and these are most common. About 90% of all the tornadoes that we see across our area are from this. Check out this line. You already can see some of the twists that are on here. I'm going to bring up this tool to give you a better example. So check it out right along there. It's just a little bit of a kink, but it's right down here that we're going to take a deeper dive. So we're not really seeing a threat for our area per se, but you can see that bend here. We actually have a couple of these twists in here that I'm going to keep an eye on. So if you're watching from Chester County, sometimes the best way to stay ahead of these storms is to watch a stream like this and show, hey, we're seeing signs that a tornado could spin up along these lines. So with these little spin circles that you're seeing here, these are just showing like a mesoscale analysis. So that just means that you're seeing a twist to the atmosphere, and you can physically see it on the green and red that we have here. This is my velocity scope. So it's showing the winds either going towards the radar and away from the radar. This site is from Greenville, Spartanburg, and we already can see down towards the south where we see some stronger winds. That is not only a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be affecting the western side of Columbia over the next 45 minutes. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that will have the potential of a tornado. So we're already seeing along the lines. Now it's mainly in South Carolina that we're seeing some of the biggest threats, not so much in North Carolina, but hey, that could certainly change. But I think it's definitely south of I-85 that we're going to have the highest threat for this. Let's bring up a better look at some of our radar that we're seeing here. Yeah, you can also see some of the heavier rain that's happening. So I want anyone that's in York County and Chester County to just be advised, because once this line moves through, anything can happen. You're not only going to have heavy rain, that's pretty much the guarantee, but I think that you're also going to have the chance for those winds to pick up. That looks like that's a given. So wind gusts from 40 to 50 miles per hour, just outside of severe criteria. Once they have a chance of over 58, I'm calling a severe thunderstorm warning. And then the further south that you go, right around Carlisle, that's where we're starting to see a little notch, as we call it, in the line. I think as we continue another hour, and this pushes a little bit further off towards the east, anyone south of I-85, so that's going to include southern Mecklenburg County, Union County, we'll throw Lancaster County in there for the time being. You got to be advised that this line is only going to get stronger as the sun's coming up. Even though the cloud cover might be above, some of that rain is going to try to stabilize the atmosphere. This thing is already going. And I want to talk a little bit more about the weather IQ of all this. So what you're looking at right here, this graphic is called wind shear and vorticity. I know there's a lot of complicated terms, but I can explain simply, this is energy. Whenever you have that fuchsia color, as I call it, magenta, I'm terrible with colors, this is going to show the amount of energy that's associated with this system. Now what's happening right now is we have winds that are out of the south here at the surface, but if you go up anywhere from 10,000 to 18,000 feet, those winds are from a different direction. This is iconic shear right here. If all you need is about a 45-degree angle for this to happen. If it's at a 90-degree angle, it's even worse. We're going to see that across the Carolinas, but if you focus on the time, 10 o'clock, at that point, the storm should be east of the Charlotte area, impacting areas, say, around Anson and Richmond County. Well, you've noticed some of the warnings that we have here. It's the eastern side of the Carolinas that are under a high threat compared to our low to moderate threat. This is the reason why, plain and simple, because wind shear is going to fuel thunderstorms. It doesn't always lead to tornadoes. Picture it like a corkscrew. It kind of cranks up all that energy further up in the atmosphere. The taller the storm is, the stronger it can get, the more rain it can have, and the more winds that it can produce. So this is ideal science as far as the directional shear goes. A classic example of a QLCS that we see here around the area. But the only thing, I'm going to say it one more time, that's helping us out is the timing. But I also have my friend Brittany here, who is weather and traffic here. But Brittany, these are the type of examples that some of us might be dodging a bullet, but the rain is already impacting traffic, and I think it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, great explanation there, Chris. And of course, as we know, best impact here from that chance for severe weather east of the Carolinas, but it rains in Charlotte and you know traffic is going to get bad. So we have two incidents right now impacting I-85 southbound and northbound, mainly here in Gaston County. So I-85 southbound, this is in between pretty much McAdenville and Belmont. There's an accident that is blocking the right lane southbound. But then northbound, we're seeing really dense traffic coming the opposite direction. On top of that, a bridge still blocked here at Belmont Mount Holly Road South between Woodlawn Avenue and I-85 from a previous incident early this morning. So you can see traffic is extremely slow. We are talking maximum about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So definitely a time where you can stop for a few seconds and maybe take a sip of the coffee while you're in the car. As we zoom out here, your best detour here, if you're trying to get a workaround, is going to be taking Highway 29. Best option here is to try to get off 85, somewhere between 85 and 485. Take Highway 29 around the incident completely. Again, this is if you're heading southbound. Unfortunately, heading northbound, things are going to get dense wherever you go. Now that's Gaston County. We have a few other incidents across the Charlotte area that aren't as impactful. Beatties Ford Road, a crash at Sunset Road that is near the interstate but not quite there. We have Parkwood Avenue just east of Uptown at Davidson Street. That's if you're trying to head eastbound there out of the Queen City. And then we also have here Starkwood Drive, Grafton Place. I know Chris was telling you about these three earlier. But what I want you to know, folks, is that the storms, again, as Chris and Larry have been talking about, are not here yet. They're still on the way. The main wind impact still over in Gaston and Lincoln counties. So this is going to continue to impact us here over the next 30 minutes to an hour across the metro. And when it's windy, think about what you want to do. Make sure you have extra hands on the steering wheel. I know it happens a lot. We get a little bit lazy trying to hang out. That is not going to be an ideal situation this morning. We're talking 10 and 2 all morning long. Your road weather index also looks a lot wetter and much more pondy as you get toward places in the mountains. Of course, you can see the area shaded in blue. That's where we have a lot of heavy rain that already occurred, and the green colors are those wet conditions with the rain just moving through. That's your WCNC traffic.
All right. Brittany, thanks. We're going to get a first-hand account of what it's like there out on the roads, perhaps if you're just now starting your morning commute in the Chevy Storm Tracker.
Yeah, our Austin Walker has been monitoring that traffic situation. He joins us now live. Austin, it's my understanding that you are in the Belmont area out in Gaston County. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. So we're actually out here on the WCNC Charlotte Storm Tracker, really monitoring the conditions. And the first thing about this, again, what Brittany and everybody's been talking about is that accident right now on I-85 South. That's exit 26, which is the Mount Holly Belmont Abbey College Road. So obviously right there, it's closing down that one lane of traffic, and it's causing quite a backup, about 3 miles. Really, traffic is a mess right now. Switching the camera so you can see right here, actually, we're at the Belmont an intersection on that bridge right here where you can see police are on scene. Those roadblocks up right now because we do know that a crane truck did impact a bridge, again causing quite a backup right now. But this is really a testament of what we're going to be seeing the rest of the day, as you know, these conditions are just going to be seen across the Charlotte metro and the Charlotte area. We know we saw quite a bit of damage from severe winds, late last night, early this morning, as that storm swept through Texas and other areas. Heading this way right here. So obviously we are going to be continuing to monitoring these conditions. One more time, if you are heading towards the Belmont area from Charlotte, you're heading down I-85 South, just know that your drive will be impacted. We really are talking about those severe winds and the driving conditions. We always say this, be smart on the roadways, but this morning, not the time to test that, obviously. Keep both hands on the steering wheel. Good driving practices. It's going to be a little bit slick because those the wet roadways, and that wind could just push your car in one direction. Increase the following distance between you and other cars in front of you, and just really make sure you are driving the safest way as you can right now. But again, looking one more time as we head out to the other camera outside the car, you can see right here traffic is blocked on this overpass right here. It really just does show you that traffic is impacted by this wreck, and crews are on scene. No word right now on exactly when this will be cleared up at this point, so just put that into consideration if you are driving in this area. I know that coming down actually towards this, we did take Wilkinson all the way down, trying to avoid that traffic, but I think everybody else really did also understand that that good thinking right here, because now Wilkinson is a little bit backed up from the traffic that is trying to avoid I-85 South. So just a few things to remember on your drive this morning. We'll be out here really monitoring the conditions, bringing you the latest updates as you're heading into work this morning. So once again, be safe and be smart.
All right. Austin Walker, be safe out there. We appreciate it. As Austin referred to, wind is a big concern, not only because of down power lines and down trees, but also if you've got a high-profile vehicle like the Chevy Storm Tracker, an SUV, you think about trucks, tractor trailers, school buses. These winds can be especially dangerous because those vehicles can be tipped over by the winds out there. So keep that in mind as you head out this morning.
Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why some of those schools have gone remote or even closed for the day. Our Richard Devane live for us this morning to talk about the impacts on your electricity, because the energy companies, they have been working not only today, but for the days leading up to this, Richard.
That is absolutely correct, Kaylin. Good morning to you. Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Yeah, you guys are giving some great advice. Those larger trucks, easier to tip over the wind. In a situation like this, when you have heavy winds, even if you're in a little sedan, that can easily be pushed. You can lose control easily if your hands aren't on the wheel, slide into other people's traffic, especially with the wet roads, the wind, wet roads being very dangerous. Let's take a look at some trees behind me. We're here in North Charlotte. You can see there are some trees, and the wind is going to be playing a factor today. The trees aren't moving that much now, but throughout our area, we know that those winds are not only heavy, they're going to get heavier. So throughout the day, as we look at video, we can tell you the Duke Energy crew says they're out here working hard to monitor, first of all, whatever may happen, but they have to be ready. So they've strategically placed themselves all around our area to make sure that they're prepared for whatever may come. We actually got a chance to talk to Logan Stewart a while ago about weather conditions like this, and she talked to us a little bit about what we can expect and Duke's response. Take a listen.
We always want to be prepared because, again, Mother Nature, we saw during Helene, you never know what it's going to bring. So sign up for Duke Energy outage alerts. You can do that on our website. Just make sure that if people in your family rely on power for, medical needs or something else, that you have an alternative place to take them. Think about your pets, and above all, just stay safe, check on your neighbors, and just know that we're watching it and we'll get the power back on if it does go out.
Yeah, also important to note that when those power lines, if they come down, as Duke crews work to restore the power, if there are heavy winds, they're going to need some more time because they can't take their guys up in the buckets because it's unsafe for them. Just like when those school buses are on the road, they don't like to be in weather that's over 30 miles per hour. When those heavy winds are going, Duke has to wait until they subside a little to get that power back on. So they want folks to know that they're working throughout the day, and they'll be working throughout this time to get your power restored if it goes out. That's the story right here in Charlotte, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, you make a very important point that wind poses a whole different set of problems for different crews out there than rain does or any other kind of a weather phenomenon. All right, Richard Devane reporting live for us. Richard, thank you, sir.
Let's bring our Larry Sprinkle now, who has been monitoring this as we see some rain there on the uptown camera. So that storm is starting to come into our area. Larry, I wanted to ask you, as you're monitoring this, we were seeing Richard, he was talking about the condition of the trees and just how the wind can have that impact. We had someone cleaning up the trees right here on WCNC Plus not too long ago. Can you talk about what people need to be wary of or concerned about if they're looking out in their yard and they're wondering, am I going to be safe?
Well, we've seen this in the past couple of weeks with the trees going down, but with the loosened soil, the amount of rain we've had, and some gusty winds, doesn't take very much. If you have one of the older trees in the Charlotte area, I would be aware of that, and you may want to check that out and try to avoid that. But I think, in some situations, you can't really predict when a tree is going to go down, but just be aware that that certainly could happen. We're taking a look at our Doppler winds, and you go south around Waxhaw in that area, getting some winds elevated winds up around 49 to 50 miles an hour. So we're keeping an eye on an area in parts of Union County in South Carolina. We've already had a thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning in Columbia, South Carolina. So the atmosphere is very volatile at the moment. We're going to certainly keep an eye on this situation right here. That's our velocity right there. And we take a look at the radar situation. Heavy rain, a band of heavy rain and gusty winds from the I-40 corridor just east of Hickory all the way across Lincoln County, almost following 321 all the way down into Chester County, into South Carolina, down to Union County there in South Carolina. So we expand the view and show you exactly what we're talking about. With heavy rain, once again, is really west of Interstate 77. That's why probably within the next 35 to 45 minutes, they'll move across the Charlotte metro area. And that is some very high winds and some very heavy rain. If you have travel plans right now and you're going west, if you're going northwest or southwest, that's when you're going to encounter the highest winds and heaviest rain and the most severe weather threat at the moment. Kind of zoom in and show you what we're talking about as far as the heavy rain at the moment. Maiden, Lincoln, and down 321 all the way down into South Carolina. So Futurecast indicates, look at this line of showers. We're talking about the 8 o'clock hour. That's across the Charlotte metro. That's heavy rain and high winds anywhere from Statesville to Salisbury, Charlotte, all the way down to Rock Hill and Chester and South Carolina. Then that starts moving away at the moment, all the way moving east of here. Chris, you got something?
Yeah, I just want to let you know, Larry, it's just outside of our viewing area, but that line that we were following in South Carolina, officially a tornado warning. So I just want everyone that watching from Chester County, our immediate viewing area, but who knows, you could be following us a little bit further down towards the south. We've been calling these twists and these bends. This is a classic one. This is the reason why there has been a tornado warning issued. It looks like just west of Lexington. We'll call the speed currently moving anywhere from about 30 to 35 miles per hour across the area. So this newest tornado warning was just issued a few moments ago, just trying to get the information to pop up. But we've been following this, and here I want to circle this for you, this little kink. So we've been calling the different twists. Once it really starts to bend where it almost forms an angle, that's at that point is really just showing some really sharp rotation. So even though this isn't affecting our area per se, it's still going to be moving through Lexington, northwest of Columbia over the next 30 to 45 minutes. And I am looking at a classic sign that the same thing is happening now just in the far southwestern side of Chester County. You can see that red to the yellow to the green. So this little sharp twist and kink is going to be a possibility happening right here along Highway 121. Not necessarily impacting Chester right away, but we're seeing signs that we could see a lot more tornado warnings, especially in South Carolina, as this line continues to cruise its way further off towards the south. So current actual radar, you can see a little bit closer in that. We have to always access the velocity scope to really look inside the storm, because if you look at this, it was light to moderate rain, and then all of a sudden that heavy rain could just pick up. It's within this that we're seeing the signs of rotation, and we also have a tool, that little mesoscale analysis, showing where things are going, and it looks like the most recent update for this is showing winds moving off towards the east at about 18 miles per hour. This is also going to be 58 mile per hour gust that was in Alexander County that we've been measuring, 50 plus in Lincoln County from the National Weather Service. So this isn't just focused on tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. It's actually a whole lot more. So right now this one goes until 7:45, impacting areas just north of us, and it's along this line that we're seeing some of those gustier winds. So check it out. It's this area, this little cluster that is now moving into Alexander County. That's the one that measured a 58 mile per hour gust. There's no severe thunderstorm warning associated with this. So I think this is happening so fast that we're going to continue to see these updates. This one is outrunning, now moving into parts of Iredell County, and this is cruising through Gaston County. So Gastonia, you're under the gun right now.
This potential that's not just down in South Carolina. It doesn't matter where if you're watching this right now, the potential is for any severe weather, and these are very fast moving systems. We can have a spin up tornado that's here and then gone within minutes. So if you have any plans to travel, especially westbound, you're going to encounter some strong storms out there, some gusty winds, so you may want to limit your time. This whole system by about 12 noon should be out of here and gone, but Chris was talking about the line of heavy rain stretching from the I-40 corridor all the way down into Chester and Union County in South Carolina. Then obviously we had the report coming out of the Columbia of the tornado down there. They can happen, Chris, they can happen, really spin up at any minute, and that's why you can't really follow these. They're so quick, they're here and gone. But it should be aware that there's a potential for anyone watches have one of this happen at any point.
And I will say that it is fortunate for those, Larry, in Gaston County and Lincoln County, that the winds are strong right now, but once we get some sunshine, it's only going to get worse. So you were showing some graphics that were showing that yellow to orange to red. It's the eastern side of the Carolinas that are definitely going to be seeing the brunt of this and the worst of it as well. So I want to bring up our threats one last time. It's here right now. Damaging wind is the highest, and the further east you go. So if you were watching from Stanley County, Anson County, Chesterfield County, and Richmond County, you are going to have the weather turn on you, and I think much stronger storms and a better chance for tornado warnings. And actually, we can officially call it. We are calling that one line. We do have a tornado warning active for Chester County, so we are going to cut in live now to WCNC programming.
Your email on here. I sent you this Slack.
And good morning. We're following severe weather across the region this morning. We're getting reports. In fact, we just got a brand new tornado warning. Chris has some information on that in Chester County in South Carolina, just issued by the National Weather Service. Just happened just in the past couple of minutes.
Yeah, and it's right here impacting Chester County, and this goes until 7:45. This is the first, I think, of many that we're going to see across the area, especially here in South Carolina and south of I-85 as we have a strong line of storms. So the current verbiage here is this is moving north northeast at 40 miles per hour. So let's put a cone tracker on here to see what areas are going to be impacted, putting in 40 miles per hour here. So it looks like the core of this is moving very fast. So Chester, you need to be in your safe place right now because the really peak of that rotation is moving right over Chester, it looks like. Also Orr's at 741, Rodman at 747, and then we also have Lansford around 8 o'clock. So we were following this on WCNC Plus, and you might be watching us live on that as well. The biggest thing with this was the different velocity that we had here. So our velocity is showing a lot of kinks and twists here along the radar site, and that is representing where we have some really strong winds that are associated with this. So this area is a yellow. You can see these twists and bends here. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on for the duration of this morning, because as long as you have that, you have a chance for a spin-up tornado. But be advised, just because you are under a tornado warning doesn't mean you're not the only one that is potentially going to have the threat for a tornado along this line. But it looks like it's most prevalent right here in Chester County. You can see how this most recent update now has the center of rotation that's going to be crossing over, looks like Highway 121 right here around Sandy River. You should be in your safe place. In Chester, realistically, you're going to be seeing this within the next 10 minutes or so. So anyone that lives around the Chester area, I would be advised, because right now this is inaccurate, but really just shows the power of this system. It says the speed is at 40 miles per hour, moving northeast at 89 miles per hour. That's an error, but it does show the volume of winds within this. So anyone around the Chester area, this quick moving storm, not only are you going to have a chance for a tornado, but wind gusts still over 60 miles per hour. So wind damage is a good possibility where we're seeing the worst of the storms, Larry.
Let's go to weather number 2. For those in this area in Chester, and this is in South Carolina, we got weather 2 to exactly what's going on with that tornado warning that's in effect right now. We'll say exactly, go to a place of safety, and that means the lowest level of any home. Take shelter, go to a basement or interior room of the home. That's a tornado warning in effect. Get to the lowest level of a building. If you live within that area, stay away from windows, doors, outside walls. Use pillows, blankets, helmets for protection. Once again, it's a very fast-moving system, and you can see from our uptown view, this is just about everywhere. The potential is there. That line of showers and storms basically stretching all the way from the upstate into the area's western part, just west of downtown Chester. And that storm system is really moving towards downtown Chester. So I would say take precautions there, Chris. Downtown area within probably the next few minutes. A very fast-moving storm system. I think what's going to happen with these storms today, these spin-up tornadoes, they're within a few minutes and pretty much out of here at that point. But it doesn't mean that you're not safe, because severe thunderstorms can do just as much damage.
And it's also those upstream that we're going to be seeing this. So we're talking about Chester County right now, but realistically, I'm already starting to see the same thing that happened near Columbia now moved into Chester County. Now we're starting to see a slight shift as far as the bend goes here in York County. So I also want those in McConnell, York, along Highway 321. Be advised that the strongest winds are now going to be on your doorstep. Also Rock Hill, I would say for the same sort of timing, you can really expect this line that's going to be overhead likely in the next 20 to 30 minutes. I'll actually bring up another measuring tool showing this is happening, and this is also showing signs that it's only moving faster. So this entire line pushing its way off towards the north and east where we're seeing the worst of the rotation. Chester, realistically, you're going to be seeing that in the next 5 minutes. It looks like the newest timing. Rock Hill, 7:49. Even though you're not directly under this tornado warning, we are still seeing signs that the same thing is happening upstream, just a little bit further north around McConnell's. Not as prevalent as what we had that triggered this tornado warning here around Chester. Van Wyck around 8:09, Providence at 8:15, and now we're starting to get into the Charlotte area. Matthews 8:21, Indian Trail at 8:25 that you're having the worst of these winds. So if you're just joining us, we are interrupting program, also live streaming on WCNC Plus, and we're going to continue to do that as this event is pushing across the area. This tornado warning was officially issued about 10 minutes ago now, and then goes until 7:45. The reason why is all because of this curvature that you're seeing right here. So we're going to be following this kink in the radar, really trying to track where we could have the worst winds and the best tornado potential. But I seriously want everyone to be advised, anyone that's right along this area of red, that's where you're seeing some of the strongest winds. We've been measuring winds, and this is coming from the Columbia site, so it's going to be skewed a little bit, showing winds up to about 80 miles per hour. That can translate to, I think, at least 60 miles per hour at the surface. That's why I want people in York County to also be advised. And we've been following this just through the course of this morning. morning. The winds are also reaching 58 miles per hour around Alexander County. We've seen that as a report. Same thing around Gaston County. So regardless of where you are, we're now starting to see the worst weather approach the 321 corridor. So that's a good point of reference where we're going to see the worst of the weather over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Be advised. So one more time, Larry, we have that tornado warning until 7:45. I think we're going to see a lot more. And again, my eyes are on York County as well.
And what we don't have, a watch was not issued. Let's talk about the difference. I wouldn't be surprised the National Weather Service doesn't issue a watch, but a tornado warning means one is imminent or has been sighted either from Doppler radar or from ground source. Some of our weather spotters are out there always on the ground doing that. So once again, we talk at some of the intensity, and quite often in the spin-up tornadoes, there are the lower ends, the EF0s and the EF1s, anywhere from winds up to 65 to 110 miles per hour. They can do a lot of damage. But here's the radar futurecast, and this does show that line of heavy rain and storms tracking across the area. This is 8 o'clock this morning, so we are between now and probably 10 o'clock. We're within that threat time frame that we could see strong storms. Doesn't just take a tornado. Severe thunderstorms can cause just as much damage with winds over 100 miles an hour. This is 11 a.m. Everything starts moving to the east, and then that threat really intensifies as you get over towards Raleigh and the Carolina coastline as we head into the afternoon. And interesting, on the backside of that, cold enough there's going to be some snowfall in the mountains. Current winds, we got sustained winds anywhere about 10 to 15 with some gusts up to about 30 to 45 miles per hour. So once again, Chris, this is a situation where we're going to be talking about spin-up tornadoes, but the whole area is under the gun as far as high winds, not only from severe thunderstorms, but also because we have a frontal boundary tracking across the area. Ben?
Larry, let me interrupt you just real quickly. It is 7:30 right now on the hour, and for folks watching, tuning in to see the Today Show, we are in breaking news coverage right now here on WCNC Charlotte, also streaming live even as we speak over on WCNC Plus. That breaking news of the morning, a tornado warning issued in just the last 15 minutes, affecting folks down in South Carolina. But do not be fooled. This is affecting folks from Lexington, North Carolina, down to Lexington, South Carolina. Our team standing by here in the studio tracking all of this right now.
Yeah, we actually saw the start of that storm in the mountains. We brought that to you as live coverage on WCNC Charlotte this morning. And now, as we've been live on WCNC Plus and are live for you again, as we're tracking this system, has now spun up a tornado, which we told you was a possibility right in Chester in South Carolina, seeing a lot of impacts right now. But other parts of our area are not out of the woods. We are live across all platforms, including on social media, where some of you are chiming in. If you want to ask our meteorologist a question, you can do so on our social media pages. One person asking to see a closer look at Chester now as that storm system moves closer, wondering what the impacts could be and the timeline for how long this could last. Chris?
And right now we're looking at what we call a CC, or a correlation coefficient, to see if there's any debris that's being picked up from this. We're seeing a slight discoloration. Sometimes that could pick up a little bit, but I really want to focus here now just southwest of Chester. That I think that we're starting to see a little bit of a signature there. So if you live anywhere around the Chester area, I would say even over in Orrs as well, I want you to be in your safe place, not just for a tornado, but also potential winds at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. The most recent verbiage that we've received from the National Weather Service at 7:45 is where this is going to end, moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. What's going to happen with this system, those winds will go to about 40 to 50 miles per hour, and that will be also indicating how fast the winds could be at the minimum overall with this. Flying debris is going to be potential with this. The most recent measurement was about 11 miles southwest of Chester. I think we can actually move that a little bit closer, because I'm going to bring up this right here showing that we do have still that rotation that is right around the Chester area. Sorry about that. Bring up the velocity. We can see a little bit happening right there using this one, but then it has been a much higher that's been just to the southwest, showing from our Columbia site. We can see the velocity now showing some of those brighter bands, but the good news is we're not seeing the twist that we saw before, Larry, but I still think this is going to be a big straight line wind. But then meanwhile, we're starting to see a little bend around York, so that's why I was really flagging areas around Newport, York, Fort Mill. You will have a chance that even though there's not an active tornado warning, that could also turn into the same type of scenario. This is going to be a typical scenario that it's that QLCS, that quasi-convective system that will have some kinks along the line that will spin up a tornado without warning. And even though we are seeing a better signature here, still some really strong winds over 60, Larry.
Let's talk about some of the areas being affected by this tornado warning in effect. This is really down in our friends down in Chester County in South Carolina. Some of the areas being affected right around 737 in the Oris community over towards Richburg around 743. Fort Lawn there in South Carolina around 749, that area right there. And then you get to Lansford about 751 and towards Caskey around 755. So you can see the bulk of this. And then this is moving from Chester and really tracking more in that direction, headed up towards areas just south of the North Carolina border over probably the next 35 to 45 minutes. Once again, tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service until 7:45. So once again, these tornadoes, and these are spin up tornadoes. We always talk about this. They're not long lived, but they certainly can cause a lot of quick damage in the areas that they impact. And luckily at the moment, it is not a very high populated area, Chris.
Yeah, and that's why we're going to cut in for any tornado warning. That's why we're especially going to go live on WCNC Plus. My concern with this is I think that we had the worst conditions, and that's why we were tracking this. And I want you to continue to follow us on WCNC Plus because it keeps you ahead of the storm. Oftentimes with these type of tornadoes, the tornado already happened by the time that the tornado warning is issued. And I'm going to prove it to you. So I'm going to go back. I was following this a little bit earlier. This is about at 7:14, so we're talking about just 20 minutes ago. It was at this point that we were seeing the best chance of a tornado. It was at that point that we likely might have had a tornado on the ground. This is all, again, radar indicated. We do not have an official report of the tornado. But then once the tornado started, we started to see this line level out, and that's what we're seeing right now. So I'm not going to say, hey, there's not a tornado here, but likely this is just a straight line wind event. So that's one advantage that we have to really follow these storms that come through. But I got to let you know, just because it's straightened out now, we could see another bend in this. So if you live in Richburg, you still have to be weather aware. Get in your safe place now, as this system is going to be on your doorstep before you know it. We'll do another measurement tool because you got to keep ahead of the storms, because it's not just going to be Chester County that's going to be impacted. This is also going to include areas south of Rock Hill that will see some of the stronger winds. Van Wyck coming up here. Van Wyck, your timing is about 8:13. Back to Richburg, 7:55 per 40-mile-per-hour measurement. But realistically, I think this thing is now kicking at about 45 miles per hour. Lancaster County, right in the middle, you're looking about 8:09 or so. Waxhaw 8:23, and then Jackson at 8:27. Current wind estimates about 60 miles per hour. No new reports with this, but I'm still going to keep an eye on just the line in general, Larry, because it's been pretty strong. Let's switch back over to GSP.
And as we're live here on WCNC Charlotte now, we are also live across all our platforms. Some of you chiming in on social media, particularly on Facebook, where if you want to ask our meteorologist a question throughout this, you can. We are here with you every step of the way. One person actually noting that they had a privacy fence that was knocked down in Newton, North Carolina. I believe that is over an hour away, just north of Chester in Catawba County. So they're starting to see some impacts there as well. As we talk about those tornado warnings that are in Chester County, Chris and Larry, if you want to chime in, some folks up in the mountains may feel like, okay, well, they're talking about South Carolina. Are we out of the woods? But clearly not, as we talk about the storm that's in our area.
I think regardless of where you're watching this, you're going to have high winds in the mountains. There's not quite the instability that we've seen down in South Carolina. Let's go to weather, too, and we'll show you some of those.
So, Larry, you better show the wind speeds, but I just want to show you this is now classic, and we can see it from both examples that we just saw there. The rotation, it's starting to pick back up over Chester. So, again, we're not out of the woods. This is going to be classic nature. It's going to kind of go through its cycles.
You can see those wind speeds intensifying again up to about 63 miles per hour. So, you know, when we're talking about this type of tornado, this is not the kind you see out in the Midwest with a big funnel. These are rain wrapped. You really can't even see it. And sometimes it's enough up in altitude that it's a funnel cloud, but it's certainly radar indicated. So we're getting some winds 55 to about 65 miles per hour. That can do a lot of damage in itself.
And here's what it looks like on Weather One as far as the absolute line. So now the heaviest rain is now pushing into, I would say, around the Mount Holly area. You're really starting to see things pick up. That means Mecklenburg County, you're next in line. The best thing that's working for us is the time of the morning, but removing the radar where we're seeing that indications of the rotation is really picked up right here around Chester. So we're always looking for that red to green. You can see it here. Now, it's not as tight as it once was, so I'm not calling that, I think, tornado on the ground, but I do think that you're actively seeing rotation amongst the rain. But Larry, as you said, it's really tough to see. So this tornado warning is still going to go on for another 7 minutes or so. I don't think that they're going to keep it going necessarily, because usually the nature of these events, a separate one would form, usually where we're seeing a better potential, maybe even north here of within an hour or so.
Gentlemen, real quickly, it's 7:38 right now. A lot of folks watching us right now on WCNC Charlotte and WCNC Plus wondering, they're about to head out the door. They're about to start their commute. What are your recommendations for people across the viewing area as they head out the door?
Here's what if you live in Chester, don't leave at the moment, because you're just east of 321 near downtown Chester. That's the bulk of some of the highest winds at the moment. If you live in Charlotte, if you live in Statesville, if you live in Hickory, you're going to encounter some very heavy rain and gusty winds not associated with a tornado. I think the severe weather threat covers the entire region today, because it's a combination of high winds and heavy rain, and then those spin-up tornadoes like we have in South Carolina right now.
And yeah, I-77 is going to be impacted here shortly. So by the end of this tornado warning, the worst of the rain conditions, which is just a hazard for traffic in general, are going to be upon us. But then also the winds, as Larry had mentioned. And we're not getting a lot of readings from here because, as we mentioned, this is one of our lower populations that we have across our WCNC viewing area. But it doesn't mean that the impact isn't that great. And we're also seeing signs, and I was showing you this earlier, that there's some rotation right around McConnell's. So I need everyone in Rock Hill to be weather aware that there could be a separate spin up along this line. Even though it's not necessarily warmed at this time, these type of events, you have to look outside the box as far as the tornado warning goes. So eastern side of Chester County, York County, and then western Lancaster County over the next 30 minutes, I would not leave the house because of what's potentially along this line.
So we do want to include that. Anything, if you got westbound, that's where you're going to encounter this line of heavy rain and storms. And that does include areas all the way up into Gaston County. Basically, if you take Highway 321 and you come down Highway 321, that's where we're seeing the bulk of some of the heaviest rain and these strong storms. So you folks that live there around the in Rock Hill in South Carolina, that would be around 7:55. Around we're putting Charlotte on here, potential a little bit of after 8 o'clock. I mean, these are estimated times of arrival for those storms. Could it be a tornado? It doesn't have to be a tornado. These are severe storms that could still cause a lot of damage, a lot of problems.
And the wind's still measuring, I think, the potential at 60 to 7 miles per hour. So that's going to be the maximum. And then also you got to think is the winds above our head, the trees usually sway a little bit more. Those winds realistically could be at 70 miles per hour. And if it's top heavy, if there's root rot, it's going to lead to a lot of down trees. So that's one of my biggest concerns that we have for an event like this, because of just the strong winds along the line. Let's take a deeper dive. Let's look back in at the radar signature that was really just showing any sorts of rotation. Again, it was better news when the last time we checked, but it's still prevalent. So that's why I think the tornado warning will go until its estimated time at 7:45. Once this is over, if we don't have a new tornado warning, we're going to be going back to WCNC Plus. But the advantage here is we flagged this before this even hit. We were shown that there was rotation before. That's the key with this. I dislike and I wish that we had more information and better warning with these, but the best warning I have for you, if anyone along this line, I'll bring the radar because you can see it a little bit better. If you live anywhere along this line, which is now through Lewis to Newport, now pushing into Mecklenburg County, you got to be advised for not just the winds, but also spin-up tornado within that, especially in South Carolina.
And here's the issue. Interstate 77, when you're driving south on Interstate 77 into Chester County, you will encounter possibly the effects of this. And that does include all the way down as you head into Columbia and South Carolina, because a little bit earlier, that's where we saw the severe weather threat there. So it's that area that includes Chester County all the way down into areas around Columbia, South Carolina. That's the main area we've seen the spin-ups and the severe weather threat. Not that it couldn't happen everywhere else, because we're kind of been getting later in the day. There's enough instability. We're probably going to see more of these happen throughout the morning.
Yeah, and it's South Carolina, any of the counties, because look what's happening south of here. The amount of tornado warnings that we have around Columbia, there's actually 2 now. And the orange box that you're seeing here is representing not just a severe thunderstorm warning, but also a chance for a tornado. Whenever you have it in the orange, there's a chance for a tornado with wind gusts at 60 miles per hour on their own as well. And I want everyone, again, in eastern York County to be advised, in eastern Chester County, as this line is getting a a little bit closer to you what you potentially could see. Reports of 60-mile-per-hour winds. No hail at this point. This looks to be mainly a wind event. And then, of course, the spin-up tornado that could range, especially winds about 65 to 85 miles per hour plus.
We're on WCNC Charlotte, and we're on our folks who are watching us, who are watching the Today Show. We're on because of the severe weather threat and the tornado warnings that we have. Anytime there's a tornado warning in our area, we are here to make everyone weather alert, weather aware about the potential for what happens in their neighborhood. These tornadoes can happen anywhere, but the most severe weather threat right now, really, Interstate 77. When you're heading from Chester into Columbia, South Carolina, there's another tornado warning down there. If you have travel plans heading south, 77, I would hold off probably for maybe another hour. Let the storm system move out of there.
And we just got from Brittany. We also have Brittany here, so you have the power of 3 meteorologists here. The issuance of a tornado watch is now 80%, and that's likely going to be really from the I-77 corridor towards the east, and then we'll probably see a string of tornado watches for the eastern Carolinas as this system's rolling through. So we're already seeing the testament of what's happening now. We're almost done with this severe thunderstorm warning, but just south of our viewing area, another severe thunderstorm warning has now chimed. So I think what's going to happen is we start to get more instability, because we actually do have another severe thunderstorm warning just north of Iredell County. There's likely that from the line that we're seeing around Mooresville over to Huntersville, then it would be the eastern Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus County, also into Rowan County, that line could also trigger a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. But I still think the worst of the weather is down here to the south, York County, Chester County, and we just are officially out of the tornado warning. So thank you for joining us here on NBC. We're going to do this again. We are going to stay on here just because I am worried about what's going to be happening towards the north, but also join us on WCNC Plus.
Let's talk a bit about the...
Gentlemen, just to interrupt just real quickly, it is 7:45, and I know we're going to stay on WCNC Charlotte, the broadcast channel 36 to a lot of you, NBC, through at least the top of the hour, but for the reasons the gentleman just laid out, we could very well end up staying on air, covering up the Today Show. If you're just now joining us, that's the reason you're seeing us and this forecast. I just want to make sure that people are weather alert and aware of the situation unfolding in our backyards.
Yeah, and we've been telling you about this on WCNC Charlotte all morning long, that these impacts could be seen. It's why so many of your schools have been canceled or gone remote or had delays. And at this hour, we're really starting to see the impacts of that. You can chime in and join the conversation. We're live across all our platforms, including on social media. Some folks have been sending us questions on Facebook asking when is it going to impact their area. We already know that we've been seeing reports up in the mountains where people are seeing not only that rain come down, but that heavy wind that we've been telling you is going to be really one of the biggest concerns. It was even a concern when it comes to school buses and the possibility of those turning over.
Gentlemen, let's bring us up to speed. What's the latest?
Okay, the latest we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Lancaster County in South Carolina has been added to the list of severe warnings that we have at the moment. So our friends over in Lancaster County, so this is starting to kind of really explode in intensity because
all the way up.
Yeah, it's
a huge severe thunderstorm warning area that does include the southern part of Mecklenburg County. That's a long, wide area of probably about 60 miles of territory within that one severe thunderstorm warning.
And as we were mentioning, this severe thunderstorm warning also has a tornado tag. So those now in eastern York County, eastern Gaston County, pretty much the entirety of Mecklenburg County. That's until 8:15 that we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, the current speeds for the National Weather Service showing still northeast at 40 miles per hour. They're going to expect wind damage along this line and also a chance for a spin up, especially down towards the south. We were pinpointing around York County as well. So the worst of the weather now starting to move in during the peak commute here, Larry, about to cross the 485 loop.
Let's talk about the problem with a severe thunderstorm. This can be just as violent as a tornado, as a low-end tornado. So take into consideration if you are at home right now, southern part of Mecklenburg County, all the way down to Lancaster County. It's a pretty wide area. You want to make sure you stay inside, get away from windows, because you can see some winds gusting well over 60 miles per hour in these severe thunderstorms. You almost treat it like a tornado. So here's what we're talking about.
If you guys want to go take over the traffic computer pretty quickly, we have a new track.
Yeah, let's talk about this. Let's talk about what's happening. Some of those areas that we're going to encounter. That would be Paul Creek about 7:49, Rock Hill at 7:51, Uptown Charlotte about 7:56. If you take Van Wyck at about 8:04, Matthews about 8:08. This is the arrival times of the severe storm. As you head into areas around Midland around 8:19 and Monroe about 8:23. So that That is a huge area. That covers a lot of Mecklenburg County all the way down into Lancaster County, South Carolina. Anywhere along that, if you live in these areas, stay inside, take cover, because treat this like this could be a tornado. We have a tornado tag with it. It could happen any minute. But Chris, we're talking about severe thunderstorms going to have winds 55 to 100 miles per hour, and we could certainly see a lot of damage from this system right here.
Larry, I want to bring something up that Brittany just shared me, because Mike's also here. So, Brittany, I want you to read what you just read about the severity of the situation now in Columbia here.
So we know that our National Weather Service office encompasses four different National Weather Service offices encompass our area. Well, part of that is parts of Lancaster County and Chesterfield County, which are covered by the National Weather Service in Columbia. Some of their updates might be delayed here, which is why we are here for you, because they are actually taking shelter at their office right now because of a tornado warning that is right over the National Weather Service office. So we might have a situation in which we see rotation on radar and there might not be a tornado warning issued, but that's why we are here. We're their media partners. We're here for that same reason, so we can watch the radar for them here from Charlotte while they might be sheltering here. So we will certainly be keeping a close eye on that, and of course thoughts for those folks there as they take shelter at their NWS office.
Yeah, and it just shows the severity of this, Brittany. Look at the time of the morning. It's 7:49. If this was during the afternoon, we would be talking about multiple tornado warnings. Also, I think much stronger winds, and that's why it's the eastern side of the Carolinas that are the most under the gun. And we officially do have, looks like, a tornado watch for the eastern side of our viewing area. So the tornado watch goes until 1 o'clock. I'll get a fancier graphic for you, but that does look to include half of Mecklenburg County, also Rowan County, and here I'll take all this off there so you can see the red line. We have Cabarrus County, Union County, we have Lancaster County, and then all of our other ones such as Stanley, Anson, Richmond, and Chesterfield. Anyone within this, and I say anyone within this orange box that we're seeing here, and that's from Chester to Rock Hill to Charlotte, not only do you have a chance for stronger winds, but then also a spin-up tornado along this line. So yeah, the worst is only going to continue to build as we move over the next couple hours.
Let's go to Weather 2 and check this out right here. This is a huge storm system that covers a lot of territory. You can find a Weather 2 right there. Look at that. That's about 150 miles of territory from northern Mecklenburg County all the way down towards Columbia once again, and you can see that that tornado indicated there in Columbia. But if it doesn't have to be a tornado warning. We're telling anyone who is within the severe thunderstorm warning, this could evolve into a tornado at any moment because spin-up can happen. So you need to stay inside, avoid any travel. I tell you what, Interstate 77 southbound, that would be a problem area. 321 if you're heading down 501, those areas down. If you're heading into areas, say Indian Land in Lancaster County, as you head down into Indian Land, down that direction, travel carefully if you have to be out, but better to avoid traveling at all right now because of the threat of these severe storms, Chris.
And again, York, Chester, Mecklenburg County officially under a tornado watch now until 1 p.m. And probably wondering, oh, what's this big blockage here? That's a bunch of different National Weather Service offices. Likely Raleigh is going to join the party here coming up as well. And measuring this line, so I want to focus in on the severe thunderstorm warning with a chance for a tornado tag. And I'm going to show you the reason in which areas have the best chance for maybe a spin up. But if you are in any of these locations, I want you to be in your safe place, at least in an interior room. Avoid traveling at this point because TK 756. That's 4 minutes. Literally, you're going to have the worst winds that is going to be in your doorstep for about a 10-minute period. That's the thing. This is going to be flying in, and it could last anywhere from a couple minutes to up to 15. A lot of that heavier rain, but even the backside of this can also have kind of a twist around wind event. Charlotte 812. So very soon, within the next 20 minutes, uptown under the gun for the heaviest rain, stronger wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. China Grove at 821. Matthews at 827. Concord at 832. So some of our most populated areas, now is the time over the next 20 to 40 minutes that we're going to have the worst impacts from Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus County, and over into Union County as well.
Let's check.
Chris, Larry, I want to jump in here really quick for a moment because we have some folks who are chiming in on social media. You can chime in as well through Facebook or any of our platforms. This is right during the time where people are commuting. Some folks are planning to take their kids to school right now because they weren't given a delay. They're wondering, should we do that or should we just stay home? They're extremely nervous as they watch this broadcast.
If they live in this warning area, I would say avoiding travel at the moment, because we've already seen these spin-up tornadoes, so you can get those violent storms causing major issues. I would say limit your time, stay inside at the moment if you're within those counties, and that covers all the way from Mecklenburg County as far south as Richland County, Richburg in South Carolina, and Lancaster County as well. So yeah, I would avoid any travel at the moment. Probably wait maybe another 45 minutes to an hour. It's a pretty fast-moving system as we take a look at the bigger view of right there. If we go to weather 2, did want to mention this right here. We do have in the area, we have a tornado watch. That means conditions are favorable. Doesn't mean one has been sighted. Just means that the conditions are there. Stay informed with us here at WCNC Charlotte. The warning means one is imminent, has been sighted on radar or by one of our spotters, and that means go to a safe place where we have those tornado warnings.
And yeah, the difference right here, severe thunderstorm warning at 8:15, and it goes until 18:15 for Chester, Gaston, Mecklenburg, and York County. That will be extended. Now that we've begun this, you're not going to see a discontinuation of severe thunderstorm warnings. I actually think you could actually be to the next tier for our eastern side of our viewing area, such as a considerable severe thunderstorm warning once the winds start to ramp up and we get a couple of hours in. Also, as we were mentioning, a tornado watch that now Raleigh has expanded. So Raleigh under that tornado watch, but for our viewing area, that goes until 1 p.m. So there's the difference right there. We got both. We got the tornado watch for the eastern zone. I was actually kind of surprised that the National Weather Service was dragging their feet. I think they wanted to see how the impact of the morning was, because typically at this time of the morning, it's kind of our saving grace, because you said, hey, it's not super unstable at this point. But with this energy at this time of the morning, we saw this over in Texas. It just shows that this is only going to get stronger over the coming hours, because the sun's officially up, Larry. Going forward, 8 o'clock, once this crosses I-77, I think it's a different ballgame.
It's an interesting situation because we're getting more violent weather here in our part of the Carolinas, North and South Carolina, than they did in the past several hours, even across Georgia and down to Alabama, although Florida did have that. So, yeah, we're starting to see that volatile atmosphere increase, and it's going to do nothing but continue as we get more and more into the daytime. And, yeah, even though you may not see it, the sun is out. We get the warmer temperatures. What that does, that makes the atmosphere more unstable, and that makes the potential for these strong storms and tornadoes to form, and we're starting to see that already. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see more warnings coming up here shortly.
And I want to do another measurement here, and it's really tough to see, but this is what we've seen over the last hour. Notice you can see that line. It's a discoloration. Larry, could you go over the wall, and I want you to point this out for him. So it's this line that I'm going to put a measurement tool on, because that's where we're seeing most of the energy from the storm. So Larry, point out the line, if you can bring that up at the weather wall. This is going to be, yeah, there he goes. All right, so point at the line that I'm talking about. Notice as it moves through.
Right there, you can see that. It goes all the way back. This is when we had that tornado warning in Chester in South Carolina. You can see that line as it was tracking and kind of moving east-northeast, and that was that line of instability. That's where we saw the rotation that Chris was talking about. And yeah, as you can see right now, as this thing tracks off and the time frame, you folks here in the Rock Hill area, any minute now. If you live in Tega Cay, this storm system is moving that area a little bit after 8 this morning, about 9 minutes after 8 in South Charlotte, and you get in areas around Harrisburg, probably, I would say maybe Kannapolis, Harrisburg around 8:20, but that's kind of the time frame of the storm system tracking across the area. But yeah, there has been rotation within that, and certainly powerful enough winds. The National Weather Service did issue that severe thunderstorm warning. Chris?
Yeah, and it's a mean area too. So that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:15. Now we're starting to see some of the heaviest rain almost at I-77. So I-77 is going to be a mess. We've already seen a lot of traffic here. We're seeing the impacts on 485, and we'll start taking a look at traffic here in a moment. But if you live around Uptown, within the next 5 minutes, some of the stronger winds, the heaviest rain are going to be upon you. So these are the worst driving conditions as well. So really from Berry Hill to around Paw Creek, Mount Holly, you're right in the thick of it, but it's really Charlotte, Matthews, Mint Hill, and we can just name some of the smaller communities as well. Noda, it's within the next 10 to 20 minutes that you're going to have the worst weather. So as we've been mentioning, do not travel if you don't have to, because once this passes, the winds are still going to be gusty, don't get me wrong, and then you're going to have a threat for a down tree, but at least it's not as dangerous as what we're seeing right now.
It's going to be windy conditions all day, even this afternoon, but right now the threat is those severe storms spawning tornadoes.
Folks, we are going to take a break from coverage here on WCNC Charlotte. The Today Show continues next at 8 a.m. But please know, if the severe weather warrants, we will break into live coverage. And if you want to catch us up to date, you can stream us right now on WCNC Plus, where the coverage continues. Live right now on WCNC Plus as we are following breaking news this morning. The WCNC weather impact alert in effect. Live pictures right now up at Boone as severe weather is sweeping across our area. You can see rain there, but we've already had tornado warnings for the southern part of the viewing area for folks in South Carolina. We want you to stay weather alert this morning because it can be dangerous, just as a lot of you are just now starting your Wednesday morning commute. Thanks for joining us here on WCNC Plus. I'm Ben Thompson.
And I'm Kaylin Hagwood. Let's send things right over to Larry, who's tracking that forecast. Our entire weather impact team is here for you this morning.
No doubt about that. As we take a look, and you can see this huge area of severe thunderstorm warning that definitely includes areas north of Charlotte. If you follow Interstate 77, you're going to encounter these strong storms. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning that includes from Charlotte north up as you head into areas north of Charlotte up towards Rowan County, the north of there, then all the way down towards Columbia and South Carolina. That covers the territory. We're talking about over 100 miles of territory within this severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, we do have a tornado watch that's in effect for the area. That does mean be prepared. Conditions are favorable. We've already seen warnings. A warning means take action. Tornadoes imminent. Take shelter if there is a tornado warning. We did have a couple of those a little bit earlier. Still one down in South Carolina. Lowest level of your home or business, most interior room or hallway, those are the safe places to go. So the lowest level of your wherever you are, stay. I would say if you've got travel plans right now, hold off on that probably for maybe another 45 minutes because that threat is out there. It's going to be around throughout the morning. Chris, this could continue all the way until maybe around 11 or 12 o'clock as we head towards lunchtime today.
Yeah, the way that it's looking for our area, though, I think that Charlotte, you're pretty much going to be in the all clear for severe weather within the next hour. That's how fast this is moving. But we have so many severe thunderstorm warnings to get to. So this is the hot spot. Really, I think it could be about 8 to 11 is the extent of the weather that we have from right around the I-77 corridor further off towards the east. But let's go through them. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Chesterfield and Lancaster County. That goes until 8:45. Right now, that speed's 45 miles per hour to the northeast. Typical wind damage up to 60 miles per hour. We also have the one that we've been reporting on. That's going to go on for another 13 minutes. That's for still the eastern side of eastern side of York County and Chester County. We're actually almost done with that, but the main impact is Charlotte. So Charlotte right now seeing some of the wettest weather, the gustiest winds moving through uptown right now. I still think that this thing is going to be more supercharged a couple hours from right now. And then the last but not least, it's this whole line now that has the potential of producing wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:30 for Iredell and Rowan County, and then just outside of our viewing area, one that goes until 9 o'clock, showing how fast it's moving. Still 45 miles per hour. I think that speed will pick up, gust to 60 miles per hour, and I think once it leaves our area, the Raleigh area could be up to 70 miles per hour.
If we go back to weather too, this is confusing of all the precipitation. Just show you the area that we're talking about, and this is a huge area that covers well over about 120 miles of territory. It does include up north of Charlotte into Rowan County, Mecklenburg County, all the way up to the border of Iredell County, and then does include areas from South Charlotte over towards parts of Gaston County. You get into the upstate of South Carolina, down towards York County, Chester County, Lancaster County, all the way down to Columbia, South Carolina. That is a large area. And if you're not within that, it doesn't mean you're not going to see severe storms, because this is a huge system with a lot of high winds, heavy rain, although we haven't seen reports of any kind of flooding situation with this storm.
Yeah, just because we've been so dry, I think this is going to be a lot of runoff. If we had more saturated soil, it would be a little bit more concern. But Larry had mentioned, so we can still see the coloration, though, going through where we're seeing some of the worst weather. It's a huge line. So Salisbury, I'm letting you know that you're going to be under the gun here very shortly. You're seeing anywhere from a range of about 40 to 60 mile per hour winds, I would say, in the next 10 minutes or so. And let me bring up our measuring tool. So I'm going to measure each of these warnings. So the first one going to be impacting Salisbury here at 8:18, so within the next 15 minutes or so. Lexington at 8:31, and then it starts to get outside of our area. The second one, this one is going to expire and likely be extended. So it's directly over Charlotte. Charlotte, this is your worst weather window. This is where we're going to have the worst conditions up and down I-77. Still strong winds behind us, to still watch for a chance for fallen trees, but this is the worst of that. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:15. Likely will be extended for the eastern side of Mecklenburg County. That'll continue into Cabarrus County and Union County, where areas like Clear Creek, Concord, Kannapolis, Monroe, you're going to see that within the next 30 minutes. And then last but not least, Lancaster County got one all on its own. That one is going to go until about 8:45. So it's the next 30 to 45 minutes that I think we're going to see some of our most populated areas impacted by this line.
It could be extended. It's almost a situation where the time it ends is not that important. It's the fact of what's going on at the moment, and to take precautions at the moment, because with these severe thunderstorms, we're talking about winds well over 57 miles per hour. Not getting reports of lightning, but you're going to get some heavy rain. If you are within what we're talking about, the severe thunderstorm area, that does include all of Mecklenburg County, Rowan County, as you head down into Lancaster County, parts of York County, all the way down to Columbia, South Carolina. I would say hold off on any travel plans. Be in a safe spot in your home. No, this is not a tornado warning, but with these severe thunderstorms, you can still have winds over 55 miles per hour. And one of the issues that we've seen in the past several weeks, because now with the loosened soil, with these gusty winds and some of the older trees, that is a potential for some of those trees to go down, limbs hit some of the power lines. We've had no reports of any power outages, but that's certainly the potential throughout the morning.
And let's take a live pic to show you the intensity of the rain. We live here at the station. Well, we don't live here at the station, but here at the station. This is out on our weather patio. Look at how big the drops are. So it shows the intensity of the rain that we have right now. Winds, not so much. Even though we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, I think the winds are going to be a little bit more isolated, not as widespread as I think this is going to be a little bit later on. You can still see some gusty winds associated with this, ranging from anywhere about 30 to 45 miles per hour. But that is rough news for our morning commute. And I know that we have this on standby. Brittany, I actually want to switch over to traffic, because this isn't just about a warning and the winds. This is also how it affects you on your commute and as you're heading out the door. This is one of the worst timings, because as we've seen, especially when we've been streaming on WCNC Plus, this is usually the busiest time to be on the roads, and then add rain to it, it just makes it worse.
Yeah, you know, we talk a lot about the fact that you should treat a severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning and stay off the roadways if you can. Of course, this doesn't help folks that are already out there, but if you are preparing to leave, do not go out. It's not just the risk of heavy rain or hydroplaning, but the gusty winds, as Larry and Chris have been mentioning all morning, saturate the ground, allow for those isolated trees to topple over. They can topple over onto cars. In fact, when it comes to winds, toppling onto cars is one of the main ways that folks do die during strong wind events. So please, folks, if you can stay off the roadways, definitely do so. We do have really, really gusty winds, and that has allowed for some power outages too reported started, especially in Mooresville. Look at bridge blocks right now, still causing significant issues. This actually occurred earlier this morning when Chris is on covering traffic. That's Belmont Mount Holly Road here southbound between Woodlawn Avenue and I-85. So that's heading northbound, which is why you see all of this red continuing. Also notice the blue shading in the background. That is ponding on the roadway. So significant ponding in some areas, which ponding does not equate necessarily to flooding, but it can still impact your morning commute. Southbound, we still have this accident blocking the right lane here from a previous issue again earlier this morning. So it's not just the fact that we have traffic issues, but a lot of these have been ongoing for hours. In fact, some of the drive times still coming in at less than 10 miles an hour for this stretch here in Gaston County between Belmont and McAdenville. So as you step off the screen, you can see significant amounts of red. Zooming out here, your best option to get around it is going to be taking Highway 29. That's either direction you're heading on I-85. Now, there have been a few additional crashes. Personally, I think this one is going to be the most impactful because it does encompass I-85. This is southbound, so this is coming from the Sugar Creek area into the Charlotte area, and this is actually heading 85 southbound right where that intersection comes with 77, where you can go north or southbound. A crash, of course, causing some major issues there due to that. That Statesville Road, exit 39, right around that area, and of course that goes all the way to 77. So significant issues impacting not only the highways, but also remember those side streets. Best option to see those trees topple down. So stay off the roadways if you can and stay safe out there.
All right, Brittany, thanks. Larry Sprinkle stepped outside the WCNC Charlotte studios to let us know how are things looking out there, Larry.
It's interesting because I think one of the issues that people are going to find is that the heavy rain that we're having right now causing ponding of water. We've had no rain. That's going to be a major issue. And here out at the outdoor weather area from WCNC Charlotte, we're not really getting any high winds. So you're going to encounter areas where it's just heavy rain causing lots of ponding of water, causing major issues on some of the streets out there, some of the interstates, and obviously the secondary roads. So yeah, this is a major issue. Heavy rain, and at the moment really not getting any gusty winds right here. And we're off the Billy Graham Parkway. It's getting wet out here. I'm coming back inside.
Let's say, don't stay out there too long, Larry Sprinkle.
Zip up, Larry Sprinkle.
We'll get hate mail from viewers. Come back inside. For more on a first-hand look of what things are out on the roads, we're going to check in with our Chevy Storm Tracker.
Yeah, our Austin Walker has been traveling throughout the morning. He's live now in Belmont. A lot of action there with the windshield wipers. Austin, what can you tell us?
Yeah, hey guys, we are currently at just off of I-85 South, exit 26. That is the Belmont Mount Holly Road exit, where we did see a pretty big crash, obviously impacting one of the lanes here, causing about 3 miles of a backup. So obviously things are moving quite slow, less than 10 miles an hour. I actually did just tweet a video on X that kind of shows you what that condition looks like right now. But we do know traffic really is moving quite slow as the threats of severe weather really is here. About 10 minutes ago, we really just did see a downpour. I know that our photographer Pierre was actually outside and came back into the car and was extremely soaking wet. So you can just see how heavy that rain was. We're actually we couldn't get the thing to work, but we just got it to work now. But we're just off of the exit right here, and we're watching cars really turn back around right now. Right now, we are seeing law enforcement on scene with those barricades. Much of the overpasses on exit 26 are currently not working, or they're closed at this point. So drivers have to be creative trying to get to work this morning. If you're traveling from Charlotte towards the Belmont, Gastonia area, taking Wilkinson probably is your best bet right now. But again, something we also should look at is that because they're taking back roads, it is getting pretty congested. So we're going to turn back around one more time so you can see what we're looking at. We are looking at police right now blocking off and barricading this. We're seeing cars now driving south towards I-85. That's where that backup really is right now, again, stretching about 3 miles back. We know that this will impact your travels if you're traveling to work in and around the Charlotte area. Again, big concern again is wind. As with this storm moving through, we know where it's moving from the west through Charlotte and over towards our eastern counties. This all being said, again, we know that a crane truck impacted that bridge, closing one of the lanes, causing about 3 miles of a backup. We are out here all morning long bringing you the conditions on the roadways, and again, it is 8:12 this morning, so we know that people will be heading into work right now, if not in just a few minutes. So things to consider as you're heading out, as we are going to be seeing impacts across the Charlotte area. Ben, Kaylin.
Austin, we know this is a fast-moving storm. You've been out there for hours now. I'm curious where you are in Belmont. Have you seen conditions change significantly or quickly in the time that you've been there? And if so, how have you seen those change?
Yeah, so we actually headed out at 7 o'clock this morning, and things were for the most part dry, but throughout the morning we did see that change pretty quickly, like you mentioned earlier. At first it was kind of dry, then it really was just a little bit of a drizzle, and finally it looked like a monsoon outside. It was just a lot of rain dumping in this area. Because of this, we'll actually flip it one more time to the other camera if we can. You can see on the ground a lot of that water accumulating. That shows you that there's a lot of standing water at this point. Something to also consider is that it is a fast-moving storm, so things could shift really quickly at this point. But yeah, we did see quite a big change early on. Obviously now it's calmed down quite a bit than what we saw this morning, but that just means it is moving quickly, which means conditions could change at the blink of an eye.
All right, Austin, thanks. 8:13 right now, live on WCNC Plus. Let's check in with Chris. Chris, bring us up to speed with the forecast.
As we mentioned, those severe thunderstorm warnings are just going to continue to be extended further off towards the east. So now it is you in Union County that you have this new warning goes until 9 a.m. Realistically, the way things are going, Monroe, you're going to see this in the next about 15 to 25 minutes. And then we're tracking that line that also extends all the way up into Cabarrus County, all of Cabarrus County under this warning, and then the far southern part of Rowan County. So now we have pretty much all counties that are bordering right along I-77 extending for the next 45 minutes or so, bring up to 9. But I want to bring up one other hazard. Before this rain, over the last 16 days, we've only had 3/100ths of an inch. So it's at this point that the roads are likely 2 to 3 times slicker than they otherwise would be. So those that haven't seen any rain, especially the first 15 minutes of that heavier rain, that you're going to have the biggest impacts and the worst driving conditions, because all that oil and debris that's accumulated on the surface come up, and then, you know, oil and water don't mix, and put some tires on top of that. That's just going to increase your hydroplaning. We're continuing to keep an eye on some of these winds. I'm going to take off some of the warnings now and just really focus in on what's happening across the area. And I will say that it looks like the winds aren't really translating as much, but I think that is going to change as it works its way further off towards the east, where it's a lot of heavy rain. You have the chance for it, but I still think it's a little bit earlier in the morning, so we do have that saving grace. We're still keeping an eye on a lot of those twists and kinks here. Anything in the orange boxes that we're seeing for those warnings, that is representing that a tornado is still possible, but I'm happy to say that we're really not seeing the strongest winds associated with this. Now, as I say that, it does look like it's a little bit stronger from this cell the further south that you go, so I'm going to bring up this wind tool. Charlotte, you are likely still seeing gusts up to 40 miles per hour swaying the trees, but it's a better chance for gusts about 50 to 60 miles per hour here around Jackson, southwest of Monroe. So especially from Weddington to Monroe over the next 20 minutes or so, that's where you're going to have some of the stronger winds. Lancaster, you're also under this warning. I'm going to change weather office sites so you have a better look. Let's use Columbia. So yeah, you're also looking at the twists and bends that I want to keep an eye on. So this is going to be my next point. As we were telling you, the severe thunderstorm warnings are also with a tornado tag because of what the nature of this is, and that is that QLCS that can have some twists and bends. And I'll bring up this pointer tool to show you. See this little notch right there? That's some stronger winds, but that is also showing what we saw previously in Chester County that is indicative that we could see some developing rotation. We'll check it out as a different radar site. You can't really see it as much, not really seeing it here as well, but I just want everyone that's living in southern Monroe, I'm going to put a specific measurement here because I would not be surprised if we are going to see a tornado warning around this area that I think would track through Monroe. So specifically for Union County, a few locations, Mineral Springs at 821. We have Monroe at 833, Wingate at about 840, and then Marshville at 847, specifically through right there. And I know that we're not just hyper-focused on the tornado potential, but it's also the gusty winds associated with this. But this is looking like the worst part of these cells along this greater line. And I also have Brittany Van Voorhees here, so I do want to bring her mic up. We've done a lot of these weather IQs talking about these type of events, and it's all about the available fuel. We're lucky that it's this time in the morning, but Brittany, you can already see by this radar signature that this thing is strengthening. So I think for all those that are east of I-77, I think they have to be more engaged compared to areas that were west.
I completely agree with that. I think another thing too that we talk about a lot that maybe sometimes forget to mention is when it comes to a severe thunderstorm warning, I think there's a lot of people, especially in the south, we get it, that say, well, severe thunderstorm warning, it's not a tornado warning. But that's absolutely probably the opposite way that you want to think about it. These winds can still encompass 60 to 70 miles per hour, which is the same strength as an EF0 tornado. So in fact, 90% of the wind damage, we had this in our story earlier this week for Weather IQ for severe weather preparedness week, is that 90% of our damage from thunderstorms in the Carolinas comes from wind. So we should take wind just as seriously, if not more seriously, than a tornado warning. So when you see all of these severe thunderstorm warnings that Chris has showed you and Larry showed you this morning, that's where we really need to stay weather aware. In fact, it looks like we just got an update here across the area of a new tornado warning. It looks like it's out of our viewing area there in Forsyth County, but I think it kind of goes to show you here that this is right on the edge of our area. If you actually look, our right computer.
That's up around
so we're near Winston-Salem.
Yeah, you're heading up Interstate 40 towards Winston-Salem and that area, Interstate 85 to Lexington, and then taking Highway 52 into Winston-Salem. That's the area. So it's expanded, really, when you think about it. All the tornado warnings were south. Now they're increasing and moving. That's northeast of the Charlotte area.
Yeah, that is ahead of the main line. So you can see there, I circled on your screen. This is over toward Winston-Salem, moving, as Larry said, away from us. However, look at how ahead of the main line it is. This is the current line that's moving through the Charlotte area. You can see from Mooresville down to Huntersville down to the Charlotte Metro. So if we're seeing rotation now ahead of that main line, that's tapping into some of the energy and fuel that Chris and Larry have been talking about this morning, which means that we likely do have a slightly better chance of a few more kinks coming in along the radar. Chris mentioned this a second ago, but Chris, confirmation from the National Weather Service, they're also watching that area you were mentioning there near Monroe in Union County, North Carolina.
All right, yeah, and that's what we're looking at. And by the way, we're going to probably give the all clear for the morning. Once you get to noon, everything should be past us. But then our future cast, I do want to show you where the timing is. Sometimes you're going to have to see where we are now and what the models are showing. It's not too far off because it is 8:19, but I think that we're going to be still dealing with some light to moderate rain in the Charlotte area about an hour and a half from now, but the severe weather will be clear of Monroe at that point. And I think it's only going to get a little bit faster, but let's head back to that cause of concern. And all winds are going to be a possibility, especially now that we have a tornado warning. So if you're anywhere on the line, I'm going to go down to a zoom here. If you live in Salisbury, China Grove, the weather is only going to pick up. Kannapolis, you're starting to see the rain pick up. Some of the strongest winds are going to be a possibility. Concord, within just minutes, you're also going to see some of the heaviest rain, some gustier winds. Harrisburg as well. Mint Hill, you're seeing light to moderate rain. That's about to change over to heavier downpours, low visibilities, and gustier winds. Matthews, it's upon your doorstep as well. Hemby Bridge, Indian Trail. And then the area that I'm really watching is right down here. You're seeing a little bit of twist. So the National Weather Service backing me up here, and I'm going to show you right there. That little bend, that's showing that this is starting to bend back on itself. Stronger winds pushing forward. So regardless if this is a tornado or not, Monroe, in the next 10 minutes, you have the best chance of a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust than anywhere in the area. And also there could be a tornado embedded with that, where this is a little mischievous, just because you look at this in the radar, oh, that's just a heavy rain. There literally is, right around Jackson, is a chance that a tornado could be rain wrapped within that. And that shows how dangerous the situation is. So if you live around the Monroe area, Larry, you should not be traveling. You just got to wait this out. I'm saying wait literally 30 to 45 minutes. It'll still be raining, but at least the worst weather, most dangerous weather will pass.
And let's just talk about this. In this area, not like the Midwest, you don't see these tornadoes. Let's expand the view. Let's go to Weather 2 and show you the magnitude of this system. This storm system covers about 226 miles of territory, and within that, the latest tornado warning is in Forsyth County, up around Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can see that. That's a line from the Virginia border almost all the way to Georgia. That line right there, that's the severe weather warning area, and included in that is a tornado warning, and that's up there, up around Forsyth County, up around Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That's where that storm is at the moment, as you can see, as we expand the view for you right there. And I did want to mention, my clicker's not working. Let me go ahead. My clicker's not working. Chris, I did want to say that travel plans, Interstate 40 up towards Winston-Salem, that would be a dangerous time to go. And you have some more information about what's happening here locally. Chris?
Here we go. Yeah, no, sorry. Brittany and I are just discussing because we're still keeping an eye around Monroe. This is now our CLT site, and this is a radar that is right off of Beatty's Ford Road, just south of Mount Holly, Huntersville Road. So this gives us a better insight exactly what's happening in the back end. You can see some of these stronger winds. Let me give a measurement showing winds that could range anywhere from 54, 56, pretty strong. I think that translates at least 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, but it's right through here on this back end. So let's name a couple of cross sections. Anyone that lives along Highway 200 southwest of Monroe, I didn't realize it was a Houston. Well, Houston, right near Newtown Road.
Community right there, Highway 74 and Highway 75 there, over towards areas around 601. If you live in the Monroe area, that's a major concern. Like Chris was saying, avoid travel at the moment. Just wait probably another 45 minutes and things will calm down quite a bit. That's the problem with these storm systems. It may not be a tornado warning, but certainly severe weather and some very gusty winds out there. If you're living around Monroe, you're getting those right now.
Yeah, and it's this twist. This is the exact same thing that triggered a tornado warning. So we're not excluding the rest of the area. We just want to focus in where some of the worst weather is, and then we're going to move on from here, and we'll continue to keep you updated. Indian Trail 826. That's literally in a few minutes. I think you're going to really see the frontal edge of this. Monroe 829. So you're within that 5 to 10 minute period. Wind get right around 836. Unionville 839, and then Oakboro at 852. This thing's flying. I'm measuring this about 45 mile per hour winds. It was at 40. I think soon we're going to see this start to move at 50 miles per hour, which indicates how strong the winds could be just at the base ends.
Let's take a look at the weather too and the radar, just to show you the extent of this storm system, just what an amazing amount of territory it covers, basically up Interstate 77 to Virginia, all the way down to Columbia and South Carolina. Some heavy pockets of rain, some gusty winds, and luckily no lightning. But already in some areas over in just in the past probably 35 to 45 minutes in Gastonia, near there, about an inch of rainfall. Once you get down towards Clover in South Carolina, about an inch of rain there. So that's another issue, the amount of rain that you can get in a short amount of time. So we'll take a look at Futurecast. That storm system is right on top of us at the moment. Is start moving off to the east, and with that comes the potential for more severe weather, and those severe weather threats are going to be in the eastern part of North Carolina. Current winds, these are sustained winds. I was outside at the Outdoor Weather Center a few moments ago. The wind was 8 miles an hour. You go east of here, winds are 21. We're getting some gusts up to 45 to 50 miles per hour with some of those storms.
We're about to send it back to the desk here. This is also a big time rain event. The amount of rain that we're seeing is impacting your morning commute. As you mentioned, especially from Concord down to Matthews to Monroe, south of Jackson, you want to try to avoid this because we are seeing that bend in the radar that not only is it strong winds now pushing in around Monroe, about to cross Highway 74, there also could be an embedded tornado right there. And as Larry mentioned earlier, you don't see these. Literally, tornado is just a rotation of quick moving winds. When it's in this type of environment, that is the same thing with rain, where it could be a sneaky danger. So just try to avoid travel. Unionville, Monroe, Wingate, I want you to be in your safe place just in case, or at least the most interior part of your house, because it's really over the next 10 to 15 minutes, I think you're going to see the worst of the weather.
I think all east of Interstate 77 that's the kind of the prime areas for the major threats, and we'll be back with more coming up.
Yeah, let's go to live pictures right now over the interstate system. You can see backups. This related to a situation in Belmont, but no matter where you go, it's going to be an issue as you start your morning commute.
And good morning. It's a Wednesday morning, and we've talked for days about the potential for strong storms, and we've certainly seen those all morning long with the potential for tornadoes. We've had tornado warnings right now. Heavy rainfall really stretching from Greensboro, High Point, Winston-Salem. We're up in the Winston-Salem area, up in Forsyth County, a tornado warning. Heavy rain from Charlotte all the way down to Columbia. Traveling in any of those areas, I would say avoid that at the moment because that's going to be a major issue probably for the next 45, 50 minutes. So let's take a look at the forecast showing the rain today, cooler temperatures tomorrow. We have major problems right now on Interstate 85 right outside of Charlotte headed towards Gaston County. Let's get a check on that commute.
Yeah, so Larry, we still have 85 southbound accident, right lane being blocked. We've been talking about all morning. It shows that the camera is actually starting to go in and out, probably because of the storms moving through, but the camera also shaking like crazy. So definitely contributing to the issues this morning. In the same region, we have a bridge blocked here at Belmont Mount Holly Road southbound between I-85 and Woodlawn Avenue, again, because of that issue earlier this morning. Significant slowdowns, mainly heading southbound here. I mean, we're talking 10 miles an hour or less. This has been going on since about 5 o'clock this morning. So a still significant problem for you. Highway 29 is going to be your best detour if you'd like to get around this issue here on I-85 southbound. Again, that's in Gaston County. Our biggest issue in Mecklenburg County right now is a crash here near Uptown. This is right before exits 13A and B, which is when you're trying to get off to go onto I-85. Significant slowdowns both north and southbound in this area, including 77 and 85. So stay safe on the roadways, y'all.
Live now at 8:29 on WCNC Plus. I'm Ben Thompson.
And I'm Caitlin Hagwood. We are tracking a major system moving across our area right now. Let's turn to our Larry Sprinkle, who's been tracking that forecast. Larry.
And good morning. Yes, we have widespread storms covering about 170 miles of territory, and some of our weather warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, as you can see from this graphic. Davison, Forsyth, up towards Winston-Salem. That's the tornado warning, the one that's most recently issued. If you got travel plans, Interstate 85, I-40 towards that direction. Also, as we take a look and expand this, we have thunderstorm warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the eastern part of Mecklenburg County, also covering all of Union County, all the way down to Lancaster County, and just a very small part of Chesterfield County in South Carolina. As you can see, the extent of this, and these storms have been around all morning. They will probably increase in intensity throughout the morning. This is the radar picture as we scan the skies. Chris, this covers about 170 miles of territory as far as the entire storm system itself.
Yeah, and we've been focusing in on one area, and it looks like they might be drafting up potential tornado warning here. I also have Brittany Van Voorhees here. We've been following this one cell where it's been twisting and bending back. So let's switch over to weather one here. We'll show you exactly what we're talking about. Let's look at the picture. So this is what's happening right now. These are the best tools that we can give you. Also send any pictures if you have any wind damage. The ominous sky now over here in Monroe, but it's the greater Monroe area that is the best in line for some strong gusty winds, but also a spin-up tornado. We've been watching this area for about 30 minutes now, and there is a chance that we could have a tornado warning as well, Brittany. Brittany.
Yeah, so the National Weather Service actually about 2 minutes ago now said that they're drafting a tornado warning for parts here of Union County. Thankfully, we have the tools here at our disposal to let y'all know. We've been talking about this for a while now. This is going to be heading toward the Monroe area. So you can see the strong winds that Chris is showing you right now on radar here. Really strong winds. We've seen a few embedded thunderstorms producing winds possibly close to 60 or so miles an hour, which we say this all the time, but wind is wind. It causes actually 90% of our wind damage from storm systems here in the Carolinas. So no official warning here. Just now coming in from the National Weather Service.
Okay.
So new tornado warning. We got Union County, Chris, until 9 o'clock. So
all right. And you're going to see why. All right. We're going to be cutting into NBC, so just stand by with us.
Good morning from WCNC Charlotte. National Weather Service issued a tornado warning. This is northeastern Union County. A severe thunderstorm possibly containing a tornado located just about 4 miles northwest of downtown Monroe, or about 4 miles southeast of Lake Park, that area of Union County, moving northeast, moving at about 55 miles per hour. It's going to be near Unionville around 8:40. If you live in that area, we're talking about areas over towards Lake Park, right off Highway 74, just to the west of downtown Monroe, take cover immediately. But we're looking at, Chris, this storm system just a little bit ago, and yes, the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning.
Yeah, and this is what we've been following, and this is the best tools that we have. We've been following it throughout WCNC Plus. So we need to go to Weather One, and let's keep it here because this is where we're going to be keeping the most important information. You can see where the red is butting up against the green. Let me bring up a tool. I can go over to the weather wall to really point this out. This is where we're seeing the worst of the conditions. So it's right through here. That's where we're seeing the potential rotation. We've been following this right around Monroe. It's literally right overhead, trending a little bit further north, but it's in this zone, the areas like Unionville. I'm talking about a couple of minutes that this could be an impact or a twist to the atmosphere. Try to get into your safe place. Watson as well, New Salem. The current speed measured at 55 miles per hour. That shows how strong the winds are here, where this is the most indicative cell that we've been seeing. Also around Winston-Salem, we had a tornado warning. So it shows anyone along this line potentially could have some of the stronger winds and a quick rotation. So luckily we have the advantage on WCNC Plus to really warn you ahead of the time. But I'm warning you right now, if you're watching us live here on NBC WCNC Charlotte, if you live in the Monroe area, you need to already be in your safe place. Unionville, I'm saying get there now because that's where we're seeing the highest potential. Anyone right here along Highway 200, same thing goes.
If
Watson.
you live in Lake Park, that in particular, because that's apparently was near Lake Park area there. That's right off Highway 74, just to the west of downtown Monroe. That area around Lake Park, all the way up towards the Monroe bypass in that area, tracking off and moving at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. So it's a really fast-moving storm system.
And that area we're looking at right here, it's all surrounded by red, so you're not going to be able to see it. That's why we've been showing you the velocity scope. It is pouring right now, so that could sneak up on you. You're not even going to notice. And oftentimes it's like, hey, this is a gusty wind. That rotation is much quicker. That would be winds at least at 65 to 85 miles per hour. And the reason why we have this tornado warning that extends until 9 o'clock. The previous one that we had was in Chester County. This one showed the same sort of rotation. The disadvantage that we have here, it's kind of getting in that no man's land in between a lot of our radars. So it's really at our best vantage point now. Once it gets a little bit further into Union County, we'll rely on what's coming from Raleigh. But we are seeing some bright shadings here, such as the green. I think those are at least winds at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Monroe, you're not in the clear yet, but we're starting to see the worst of it starting to pass you as well. Looking at this, yeah, we're in a really weird spot trying to get a sight on the eye. So I think that's really just Wingate, Unionville, Watson. I want you in your safe place right now. Marshville, you're going to be just outside the core rotation, but I still think you could have some of the outflow from the downdraft or the rear flank downdraft that could get you as it passes. Hamilton Crossroads and New Salem, you're most in line over the next 20 minutes. minutes.
Let's go to weather 2 and let's talk about some specific areas we're talking about. Weather 2 right here. We're talking about.
I can zoom in, Larry. So let's just go over freeze.
And weather 2 had it kind of specifically right there showing what we're talking about. Some of those areas, as you can see, over towards areas around Wesley Chapel, Bakers, Fowler Crossroads, up towards Unionville, right in that area right there. We're talking about Highway 74, right along there, over towards areas just to the northeast of downtown Monroe in that area. That would be the prime spots for some of the highest winds within the storm system.
Yeah, and we're also going to show you just this line in general. So we're focusing on the tornado as we have been, but it's any of the areas of red north thereof that this is a straight line wind event as well. So the winds have really picked up. If you live here in Midland, I am looking at a big difference there. Mount Pleasant, I think you're going to see your strongest winds pick up. Georgeville, that's in southeastern Cabarrus County as well. And then we're sliding over into Stanley County. Switching over to Weather 1. Let's just keep it on Weather 1 for now, unless it's called for, because then I can show you the best information. But it's where you're seeing the meeting of these colors and twisting back, and I'll show you this loop. Yeah, Unionville, you're right on the gun. The rotation is starting to deepen a whole lot more. So you're starting to see this type of deal. That's showing prime time rotation, and if you're ahead of this or maybe behind it, I think Wingate shouldn't be outside at this point. But from Monroe standpoint, if you're looking to the north and northeast, let us know if you see anything. Likely it's going to be rain wrapped, but it would be nice to know. Matthews, you're still having gusty winds and some heavier rain, but you're behind this as well. But yeah, Unionville I think is the most in line. Measuring a few other locations could be here again, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. All right, and over the next 20 minutes, New Salem at 8:48. Unionville, again, if you live around the Unionville area, you should be in your safe place right now. I think you have the best chance for a spin-up tornado through your area. New Salem at 8:48, as I mentioned. Locust at 8:52. Big Lick at 8:54, and Red Cross right here about 8:55. Moving off towards the northeast at 55 miles per hour. And there's all this area that's also under tornado watch, and we're going to continue to see that. Another tool that we have is called our storm tracks, and it was showing also some rotation right here around Harrisburg. So I want people that are within the severe thunderstorm warning here in Concord to watch for the same scenario. We've seen this twice already in our viewing area. I think next in line is you in eastern Cabarrus County and also over in Stanley County, where another tornado warning could be popping off in the next 30 minutes there, but the immediate right now is here around Monroe.
I think anyone who's watching WCNC Charlotte right now, if you have that warning, just take into consideration that you could possibly have strong storms spawning those tornadoes. These are rain wrapped. You're not going to see a funnel. This is something in this area you don't see, so don't go outside. It's better to stay inside. We're not getting a lot of lightning in this. We're not getting a lot of hail. These are these really quick spin up tornadoes, and we can still see some winds gusts up to 55 to 60 miles per hour. I was just looking at some of the data that we had from our sources there, and I see less wind speed in some of those, but it doesn't matter, Chris, because a severe thunderstorm can cause just as much damage. Now, we're talking about a tornado warning, but if you're watching this right now, you're probably within the realm of a severe thunderstorm warning that extends all the way to the Virginia border. If you have travel plans up to Winston-Salem, there's a tornado warning in effect for Forsyth County up there.
Yeah, and Stanley County, I want you to be on guard as well, especially the Midland area to around Big Lick, New Salem, and this is technically in Union County. The National Weather Service, I want to bring Brittany Van Voorhees. You were saying that they're talking and they have their eyes on the similar area here for Stanley County and then for Anson County here coming up shortly as well, right?
Yeah, we've been looking at these kinks on radar so far all morning long, but I think the fact that there's such a strong signature, as you were just showing, Chris, that big notch that is very clearly visible. Sometimes when we show you guys radar signatures, it's kind of hard for you to see what we're seeing, but I think this is a very, very clear scenario here. Of course, that was near Hembry Bridge, now passing through the Unionville area and quickly heading off to the north and east. So near New Salem here within the next 15 or so minutes, Oakboro after that. And then because we're going to clip those southern portions of Stanley County and northern Anson County, I think they're kind of seeing that, Chris, as the bullseye here as we see this strong signature continuing to push northeast. And you and Larry were mentioning this earlier, but because we saw lesser, of the daytime heating, the instability for areas west of 77, that's why we didn't really see activity like this a few hours ago. Now that it's passed east, where the instability was a little bit higher, a little bit less, rain-cooled air mixing in. That's one of the reasons why we're seeing this right now. So that was from the National Weather Service in Raleigh. We mention this all the time, but different NWS offices. But since this notch is so far north in Union County, it could be in southern Stanley County, within the next 30 minutes.
So I'm going to give you a quick line of where likely this is going to be extended for right now. So let's turn on the current warning that we have. I think likely what they're going to do is probably extend it for these areas right in here. There's usually a little bit of a variance that happens with it. So anyone that kind of lives in that range, so that's anywhere from Big Lick to Norwood. So that's what Brittany's talking about. We're Ansonville and northern Anson County, and then the south and southeastern parts of Stanley County. You're best in line for probably the most serious signature that we've had so far this morning.
Without a doubt. I mean, we were talking earlier about Unionville, so there's no doubt that area right there. So over towards New Salem, up towards Norwood, that's along Highway 52, and eventually over towards areas around Troy. So we're kind of zooming and show you we're talking about the area. We mentioned that the original tornado warning did include tracking towards Unionville, and now we're seeing the extension of that up towards areas around Highway 200, over towards New Salem, Morgan, McAdenville Road. That would be included within that if you live in those areas. The good news about this is not highly populated areas, but certainly when you get over towards areas around New Salem, you're talking about a community of probably 200-300 people there. Big Lick is nothing more than a sign that's on the side of the road that you may encounter when you drive there. It's not a highly, it's for whatever reason, it shows up on our map all the time. But if you live in Big Lick, tell us about it. I don't know anyone that lives there at the moment, but certainly the potential all morning. You can see a tornado warning unit that's up until that's going on right now. You saw that from the National Weather Service. Could be extended at any time. And it's interesting, we've seen these tornado warnings issued all the way as far south as Columbia, as far north as up to the Winston-Salem area, and then in the Charlotte area as well.
And we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is the first one that's been in yellow, and that means it doesn't have a tornado tag, which I think is interesting. That's for Anson County, but we're still watching that one cell as we were just mentioning. So this is now kind of turned into a hyper-focused event. Yeah, this is textbook meteorology right here, that you can see that type of radar signature. You actually don't always see these. They fall apart pretty quickly, and I think we're at our kind of best vantage point because this area sometimes turns into a no man's land in between all the different sites we either have in Raleigh, Columbia. There's a terminal velocity scope that is just in northwest Charlotte. So this is a very clear signature. So Midland, I think you're just outside of it, but I'm also seeing some really strong winds now cutting and passing through Mount Pleasant. So it's those areas as well. So I'm gonna put one more measurement because I'm gonna give it about a 45 mile per hour measure here. I think we're also gonna be dealing with some straight line winds here through Albemarle. I'm not gonna mention Big Lick. We have Albemarle here at 901. And then it looks like Norwood about 910. They're going to be seeing some of the stronger winds. So that's outside the rotation we're seeing immediately. Just wanted to mention that that's also going to be a threat for stronger winds too.
When we talk about severe weather, we talk about severe thunderstorms and one with the tornado tag. A severe thunderstorm without a tornado tag means straight line winds that can cause just as much damage. But when we talk about a tornado tag with a severe thunderstorm, that means there's rotation within that thunderstorm, and that could evolve into a tornado. We've already seen that happen, but just because it doesn't have that, severe storms can cause winds up to 100 miles an hour. So straight line wind damage can be just as severe as a tornado.
And we're focusing in on the main line. Now, I don't want everyone to just say disregard this as the all clear for the day, because with the amount of rain that just came down, gusty winds still at 30 to 40 miles per hour, there is still going to be a chance for a tree to fall down. But if you live anywhere in this area, so that's going to be really Shelby up through Morganton, name me a few locations, you're in the all clear for severe weather. It's just going to be gusty winds besides that. Realistically, areas west of I-77, you still have a chance for another push maybe of some of those stronger winds, but the worst of the weather is definitely past you. Everything that we're focusing in on is this general line, and I'll actually draw it in general. And you're probably saying, why aren't you focusing just on the tornado warning? It's just because we're seeing anywhere along this line could have just as much of a damaging winds and just just as much of an impact for our eastern zones. And it's 8:45, Larry. This continues to speed up, so that means likely we're going to be free from severe weather for our WCNC viewing area likely in the next hour and a half or so.
We've been talking all morning, all week about the storm time frame, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., and that's pretty much the way it is. But we still are looking at the severe weather threat across here. If you're watching us right now, Chris was saying west of Interstate 77. So we're going to talk about areas around Hickory, Interstate 40 to Morganton. If you live down into Cleveland County and Shelby, over to Rutherford County, around Forest City and Rutherford, in that area, what you're going to see this afternoon is gusty winds, nothing to do with a thunderstorm, but still you can see winds gusting up 35 to 45 miles an hour. Now here locally, the Charlotte area, and that goes as far north as the Virginia border, as far south as Columbia, South Carolina, we're dealing with severe thunderstorms and even tornadoes. So our threat includes the potential for heavy rain. We're not getting any reports of lightning. And Chris, so far, luckily, knock on wood, no reports of any, a lot of damage or power losses, which is a blessing.
Yeah, no, a huge blessing. And look at this tornado warning going until 9 o'clock. I'm happy to say that things are trending in a better direction. It was when this was first warned, you had a much better, tighter rotation. Now it's starting to level out. It's still a nice little push here around New Salem. I think you're under the gum. We're still seeing a little bit of a notching here that is just southeast of Midland. So I think anywhere along this line, I'll draw it. So right in here is where you're looking at some of the stronger winds, but it's just northwest of New Salem that we have the best chance for at least a spin-up tornado within this line. And the maddening thing about many of these events is there could have already been a tornado that happened. Now it's just going through its recycle process. That's why I want everyone along that line that I keep on mentioning outside of the tornado warning just to be advised, because the same type of scenario has already happened a couple of times. It could happen again.
And once again, these tornadoes are very small tornadoes, and they're not powerful like a huge Midwestern tornado. You can't see these. We have a lot of rain right now. We have the cloudy skies. You're not going to see a funnel cloud or anything like that. And in many situations, these tornadoes are indicated by Doppler. They may not have reached the ground at the point where we're talking about, but it's out of safety that the National Weather Service offices issue these tornado warnings, because you can still see a lot of damage, and we've seen that in the past.
Brittany, I'm going to bring you in. Has things gone silent pretty much on the National Weather Service's end as we're dancing through this?
Yeah, we asked about canceling early. So far, not getting a response here from they're not going to cancel it earlier, but the area of rotation they're acknowledging is almost out of Union County, which is what we've been saying. So no true acknowledgement on a continuation. But I think, Chris, you know, the biggest thing which we've kind of continued to hone in on is that just because it's almost out of Union County doesn't mean that these areas in southern Stanley County, northern parts there of Anson County need to be ignoring it, because since it's moving so quickly and we know radar is not necessarily live, it comes in the data every about 5 or so minutes. So minutes matter when you're talking about a tornado warning. So this is why it's a whole point of storm tracking, right? We don't chase storms on the backside. We track them on the front side, so you know before they were to impact your area. So that's one of the reasons why we want you to know. So if you're in places like Lambert, over toward Albemarle, northern parts there of Anson County, I would already be on alert and already be in your safe place for even the potential that this continues to move on and that we get a new tornado warning. Another thing I want folks to just remember, it's actually Severe Weather Preparedness Week, and today is the day we wanted you to find your safe place. And so it's a good time to kind of remind yourself of where that is. Interior room, lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. Put that helmet on, anything to cover up, you know, blanket. Don't forget your pets, things like that. So this is the time of year we do severe weather preparedness for this very reason.
Some of the areas we were mentioning just a moment ago, you heard Brittany talk about we're talking about areas over towards north of there. And really, as you head towards Albemarle, this area right here from New Salem to Albemarle, over towards Baden, Lake Baden and that area, you folks that live in that area. And these, once again, these are not very highly populated areas. We're talking about, rather than thousands of people, we're talking about hundreds of people. But anyone within that, be on the lookout. As we talk about the potential, when would these actually hit those areas? Over towards the community believe, Oakboro. That would be around 8:55. Now, the storm system could stay intact, could last, and actually could head into areas around Stanley County, over towards Albemarle, then eventually over towards Norwood and that area. So it's just, if you're watching us right now and you live in these areas, I would say stay inside, don't leave. We're talking about very heavy rain and very high winds that could continue all the way until probably about 9:30 throughout that region this morning. Chris?
And again, a reminder, we have a tornado watch that goes until 1 p.m. So this is still active for York County, Chester County, Mecklenburg County. I think you're going to be removed early just because you've already seen the worst of the weather move through. Now, there is a secondary line forming behind this, but I think we've really exhausted the atmosphere already. So we're not quite just done with this. That tornado warning will still go on for another 10 minutes or so, but we are starting to see some signs that things are doing a little bit better. It's not perfect right now, but you can see that the radar is really starting to break up overall. I'll give you a different look. It's becoming less organized. Before you kind of saw a really solid push as we were showing here. That actually, the notch is getting a little bit better, but it's going through its recycle stage. So I think that there was a tornado. I think it already happened, but now we will have a chance for it to happen again heading into Stanley County. So I really think it's Stanley County, Albemarle, the most populated area that's going to be in line with this, along Highway 24 through there. Biggest impacts, and then 138, because you have once you start to give a little bit more of a right angle here, that really shows that you have a better chance that something could be developing here. So Charlotte, I think you're pretty much in the clear for your best tornado potential. You're not canceled yet, but I'm just letting you know for what we see here, you're still going to have some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. That's a threat for a down tree, but the worst of the weather, at least for tornadoes and a severe gust front, are on the way out for you.
I say those winds have gone down considerably. You know, this is what we're talking about weather too. We're talking about these things can dissipate really quickly. So minimal winds at the moment, which means dissipated or moved quickly out of the region, maybe into Stanley County. I think these are quick spin ups, and they can quickly spin down just like that, Chris. As you can see, the wind speeds have gone down to almost nothing in a short amount of time.
Yeah, and this is also, again, a really tough spot. Like, I think we're going to have to use the aid of Raleigh for kind of seeing what the radar is showing. But things are trending in a better direction there. But a quick weather IQ, this is a QLCS. That is a line of thunderstorms that move fast, form fast. They don't last too long. They can last a little bit longer, and I wouldn't be surprised if a few of these might have went 8-10 miles, at least where the funnel cloud was. And this is the most common way that you're going to have a tornado warning pop up, or just a tornado in general in this type of setup. But luckily, I think we only have about another hour or so in our viewing area that we're going to be dealing with this.
And that's the situation at the moment. And once again, the National Weather Service and obviously the folks here at WCNC Charlotte want to make people weather aware of the potential for strong storms. But when we've been talking all week about the potential for today of quick spin-ups, and we've certainly seen that happen. And it doesn't mean that we couldn't see more on the way, because once again we start to deal with the Raleigh-Durham office and the situation over there. I think if you have travel plans today and you are traveling northeast up towards Raleigh, if you're heading over towards areas, say, from the Outer Banks all the way down to Wilmington, as we get into the afternoon, those are the areas where we're going to see the potential for more severe storms. Any kind of heating is going to certainly add to the instability, and if they get any sun at all over there, that can make some really violent tornadoes happen.
Yeah, it's a cause of concern, definitely for our friends over in Raleigh, because it's still very early. This is not a typical time that you have this strong of a system, and that's why we actually have to thank our lucky stars that likely when it rolled through, you're under severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, the winds aren't all that bad. That's because the atmosphere wasn't juiced up at that point. We are so lucky that the main line isn't rolling through right now, because I think that we could see double the winds than what we just saw. Also, for that tornado warning, we're going to stay with you until 9 o'clock, but you can actually see the front edge of this. That red to green is almost past the tornado warning. At that point, I think it's just a straight line wind event. If you're anywhere in the tornado warning, if your phone's still pinging that you're a part of it, that's around Olive Branch. I think that you're good from the tornado threat, but still a chance for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. It's just Stanley County that has the best lineup for maybe a little spin up as well, and then areas north, the eastern side of Rowan County, still seeing some gusty winds there. Meanwhile, it's still raining pretty decently to the west as well. So that green rain is still a light to moderate rain. That's continuing. Not great for our morning commute. And we are watching the secondary line on the back edge of this. I don't think this is going to be any severe weather associated with it, any additional warnings, but this could also pick the winds up one last time, allowing for those wind gusts that could bring down a few of those trees. And we actually, Brittany, what are you looking at?
So we just got notice here from the National Weather Service here in Raleigh that they're watching a new area down south toward Pageland, and it's actually, you can see it pretty clearly here on GSP, or no, maybe it's the terminal. There it is. So this little spot that they're watching. So this is near Tradesville, Pageland area. This will be moving into southern Anson County. So we're going to be watching that spot for a potential new warning to be issued here shortly.
And that makes sense. And this is also a really good explainer too, because Brittany, what you're seeing is you have that front edge, and then all of a sudden now you're starting to see that same notching ability. So that's why they're watching that there. So in this case and scenario, it's more of that red against the green. So yeah, no, definitely. So that means Chesterfield County over into Anson County. Now it's the southern part that could be impacted. It also shows the nature of how quickly these things happen.
Yeah, and because the other area of rotation in Union County is starting to weaken, they are going to put a pause, at least for now, on continuing the tornado warning there, but they're going to keep the severe thunderstorm warning with the possible tag.
So let's expand the view to show you exactly what you guys are talking about. This is a line of storms. Let's talk about it as we go over here and show you the entire area that we're talking about. The volatility of the system now starting to move to the east, and that's why at this point we're going to start to see the severity shift to more to the east and more towards areas. Pageland is right about there. That's in that northwestern part of Chesterfield County. So we're talking about Pageland all the way to Albemarle, Wadesboro, then Greensboro, Winston-Salem already had the tornado warning. So it's that area right here that's well to the east of the Charlotte Metro that's going to see the more volatile weather. But you can see the line of storms literally stretching from West Virginia, all the way across the northern Piedmont of North Carolina to the southern Piedmont, all the way down into Florida, where they had tornado warnings earlier. So, you know, Chris, when we talked about this system earlier in the week, we were talking about how intense it was, and I think it certainly defined that.
Yeah, and Larry, we're still going to be watching those different areas of rotation around New Salem was the one that we saw most recently, but the one that Brittany flagged is right here around Pageland. So Pageland, since it's over you right now, I don't think that you're going to have a tornado, but maybe anyone around Hornsboro up the road a little bit, pushing in the southern part of Anson County, extreme southeastern side of Union County, we're going to see most of that activity. Behind this, we're really seeing a lot of improvements. Winds still gusty on the second back edge, so not the full all clear, but some other areas that are fully clear for the severe weather. Lincolnton, I think you're pretty much almost there. Pretty much 321 is the dividing line. Hickory as well. Gastonia, you're seeing the final push over the next 5 minutes or so. York as well down through McConnell's. And Chester, you're the first one to get a tornado warning. You're likely in the all clear. Charlotte, I still think you have about another hour or so of some of that heavier rain that we are actively seeing. It's going to be that one last push, and then through the rest of the day, we're still going to have a chance for some of those stronger winds. 3 more minutes remain on that tornado warning, as Brittany Van Voorhees just told us. National Weather Service is not planning on extending this. The reason why this was flagged for us was because of this. You saw that tight little shift that was going on. That has now flattened out a little bit. It's doing much better. It still has a little rounded edge, meaning that it's more of a straight line wind event, but the same thing is starting to happen around Pageland. So the southern parts of Anson County, we're actively watching this. Even though we might be continuing our live coverage here on NBC, we're still going to be live on WCNC Plus until this is fully out of our area, and we'll see if there's any impacts or any storm damage that came from this.
Let's talk about the bigger view. Let's go to Weather 2 and show you what we're talking about, how intense this system is and how volatile it is. Now what we're seeing, and you know, Chris and Brittany were just mentioning this about the potential for an expansion of a severe weather threat. This right here, this whole area, and I know that's not within our viewing area, but certainly it's something to talk about, because here's what we're seeing. This is a tornado tag. So those areas right there, that does include up towards Forsyth County, Guilford, Randolph, and Davidson. We're talking about this because anyone who's got travel plans up Interstate 40, Interstate 85 into those areas, this is a severe weather threat, and the potential that we could see more tornado warnings in those areas. So I think that, as we talked about earlier, Chris, that the severe weather threat will shift off to the east, and it certainly started to do that, either east or northeast of the Charlotte area. So not that we're completely out of the woods, but anyone with travel plans, if you're heading east along Highway 74 towards the Carolina coastline, Interstate 40 towards Raleigh, Interstate 85 up towards High Point, Greensboro, and Winston-Salem, you'll encounter a lot of severe weather up there.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing too, that all of our new severe thunderstorm warnings are just basic severe thunderstorm warnings. So it's the lower end. We're not seeing that tornado tag. That does show some good news, but I really think it's the northern part of this line that almost the energy is kind of getting sucked in between, where it's been stronger to the south, stronger to the north. So that is taking a little bit away from what we have here. Still gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So we still have that general threshold. So Wadesboro, you're going to be seeing this here shortly. Right now, the current speed moving northeast at 70 miles per hour.
I mean, that's what we've seen all morning. They've been moving anywhere from about 50 now up to 70 miles an hour. So that's a lot of territory, quickly moving, and in many cases quickly dissipating. But in some cases, it doesn't matter because it's still a severe thunderstorm. The tornado's not there. You have the severe thunderstorm. Those are high winds, and that does mean the potential for a lot of damage. We've been lucky. We've not had a lot of reports of a lot of lightning. Certainly no hail within these, and at this moment, no damage reports. That's good to hear, and hopefully it stays that way.
And that's a good testament. If there's not a lot of lightning, that shows that it's not the most unstable storm. So good news there. So our tornado warning officially is over. We're going to go back live streaming on WCNC Plus. We're going to be streaming until everyone is safe in our area. The storms are out of here. We're not quite out of it, but things are getting better.
Chris, Larry, thank you both. Just for folks at home, just so you know, anytime there's a tornado warning in our area, it's incumbent upon us to make sure you're safe. That's why we break into programming. But coming up now, at the top of the hour at 9 a.m., we return you to the Today Show.
That's right. And we'll see you here on WCNC Plus.
Live now at 9 a.m. on WCNC Plus. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Ben Thompson.
And I'm Kaylin Hagwood. All morning we've been tracking severe weather moving through our area. We've had multiple tornado warnings. We just had one of those warnings drop, so that's the good news. We're making some progress, but we could see more. Let's send it over to Larry.
Yes, good morning. We've had the severe weather warnings all morning long, and that did, as you heard, include tornado warnings at the moment. And this series of storms covers a whole lot of territory. This particular one, and you can see that line of storms. Those are all severe thunderstorms. Now, that's these areas north of Charlotte. Those are all with a tornado tag. It does show these thunderstorms have some rotation, enough instability that there could be potential for a tornado within those. For us, east of here, that's just a severe thunderstorm warning. But those are straight line winds. They can cause a lot of damage. You can have wind speeds up to 100 miles per hour all east of the Charlotte metro as we kind of scan the skies and show you exactly what's going on. We've had some areas to get as much as about an inch and a half of rain. So we've had a lot of heavy rain in some spots. Haven't heard any reports of any major problems with that, but the storm system goes all the way north up at the Virginia border, goes northeast up towards Greensboro, then down south as far as Columbia, South Carolina. So it's about 175 miles of territory covered within all the heavy rain and the storms. So as you can see, Charlotte, heavy rain around Rock Hill and storms there. Gusty winds from Albemarle to Polkton down to Mount Pisgah there in South Carolina. So Chris, this is a wide area, about 175 miles of territory with severe weather threats, thunderstorm warnings, and earlier we did have the tornado warnings.
Yeah, and the tornado watch is still in effect, and that does include Mecklenburg County, but this is going to drop off earlier. It says until 1 p.m. a.m., no way this is going to last past the next hour or two, because the worst of the weather is already past us. So we're not out of the woods quite just yet, but some of our most populated areas already had the biggest line of storms push on through, and the damaging wind risk is certainly highest to the east, because at that point there's a more unstable atmosphere that's going to be fueling this storm system. Thanks a lot for joining us here on WCNC Plus. We have everyone here. We got Brittany Van Voorhees, myself, and Larry keeping you ahead of the storm. This is an improving event, and I also sometimes I get two meteorology speak. So Caitlin was telling me, a lot of you in the comment section were asking what's a tornado tag. So I apologize for that. A tornado tag is just when you have a severe thunderstorm warning that has the possibility of also dropping a tornado. So how we have that cued is anytime you see one of these, you'll see an orange outline that shows us that this could also produce a tornado. But oftentimes when you fill it in with a little bit of yellow, it also means something else. So I have a key that we use to tell ourselves. This is showing wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. So that's what a tornado tag is. Anytime you have a chance that a tornado could also drop on top of the wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So thanks a lot for the questions. Sometimes you get too deep into the weeds in the meteorology, but we are actively seeing really a pretty mean line of storms. I'm going to show you what it looks like from the radar in Raleigh. This shows a better example of all the storms, so you can see why there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings that have a chance for that tornado for multiple reasons. There's also a lot of twists to the atmosphere as well that we're seeing here, and that line is really indicated by the bright red to some of the green. I know that's just outside of our viewing area, but I want to put it in perspective compared to what we're seeing down here. Still some stronger winds here around Anson County and close to Wadesboro, but it's nothing like what we're seeing off towards the north. I think the energy is kind of taking a break, not saying that we're not going to see it. Also, this area has a yellow box that represents that just a chance for 60 mile per hour winds. I'm not discrediting that. I'm just saying that it's not likely that we're going to have a tornado within this batch yet. Now, that can change, and that has changed twice. We officially had two tornado warnings, one that was in Union County that moved over into Stanley County, and the other one over in Chester County over the last couple of hours. But this is flying. This has been incredible about how fast this is moving. So let's bring up our newest edition of the HRRR. So this is my favorite model that shows the newest updated area. You can see it's already kind of behind, because realistically it's showing what's happening now for 10 o'clock and it's 9 o'clock. So it's an hour behind. So what you can do is just subtract an hour. It has pretty much the all clear for the stronger storms by about 11 o'clock or so, if you do that simple. So I think it's going to be really the next hour and a half, because it is moving so fast, because we are seeing some of these severe thunderstorm warnings that are moving at a super fast pace, 70 miles per hour. That also shows that I wouldn't be surprised that as these work their way a little bit closer to the Fayetteville area, Southern Pines, even up to Raleigh, that since they're moving at 70 miles per hour, I bet you winds could reach a max of 70 miles per hour as well. It's almost like a dog pulling out a leash. It's going to match its forward momentum. The other severe thunderstorm warnings that we have here is just one. That is a very tall one. If you're going to be watching the radar over the next few hours, Raleigh's going to issue some giant ones that are going to expand across multiple counties, just because the pure nature of this. This is a convective line of storms, simply mean a line of thunderstorms, and we're not really seeing the kinks along the line that we did see. I think that will reorganize as we go a little bit further. This one goes until 9:30, it looks like. Right now it's 9:07, so let's put a measuring tool. Also, the current speed for this forward line now for this one is 50 miles per hour. It's not that 70 that we were seeing earlier. That was gigantic. Mainly impacting, looks like Stanley counties, also southwestern Randolph County. We're getting outside our reviewing area, but it is WCNC Plus, so we want to credit all the areas that may be joining us. We were watching an area down towards the south, and I'll bring Brittany in for this. Any word about that little rotation, well, potential rotation we were seeing around Pageland, or is that pretty much died out as I bring this up?
I don't know if it's died out necessarily. I still feel like we're seeing it a little bit, but National Weather Service not giving an update. I actually responded to them asking them if they were going to expand it. I think at this point they know that since the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, hoping folks will treat that accordingly, you know, almost as if it was a tornado warning. I still feel like the radar is, the rotation there on radar. Of course, it just looks like it's a little bit weaker, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yeah. Nothing wrong with a non-issue. Right?
Yeah, no, we don't need it anymore, right? And yeah, and not a lot of reports as well, storm damage reports.
We really haven't gotten that many. I think the latest we had from our producer here at WCNC in the morning, Nikki, was that it was about 1,600 people without power in Mooresville, but that was the biggest impact, and that was probably about an hour or so ago.
And notice the line, there are a couple of twists in here, so we're still going to be watching this closely. Not giving the all clear yet, but the main focal point now is Eastern Stanley County, Anson County, Chesterfield County, and Richmond County. Larry, this is flying out of here, so I'm happy to see that we're almost in the clear, but not quite yet.
That's good for everybody that we are in that situation. Let's take a look at weather, too, and show you where the storms are at the moment, where the severe weather threats are at the moment. And some of those do include here in our area, but they are being minimized as we go throughout the morning hours. In fact, the threats do lessen quite a bit. You can see east of Charlotte. Once you get over towards areas well to the east of the Charlotte area, we're talking about in this region right here, that's that severe thunderstorm warning. That's over towards Richmond County, Stanley, Montgomery County, and those areas, Anson included in that. Then north of here, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado tag. That's up around Davison, Forsyth County, around Winston-Salem, over towards High Point, over towards areas in Randolph County, and that's until 9:45 this morning. And the north of there, show you the extent of how big the system is. It goes all the way into Virginia, includes counties in Virginia. So it is a big storm system nationwide. If you want to include the mid-Atlantic states into the northeast, we're talking about 100 million people included in that, with thousands right here in our area, from Charlotte to Greensboro to Columbia, South Carolina. That's where we're seeing the bands of heavy rain at the moment. I think the issue at the moment, it was going to be just some gusty winds, and a lot of those winds have nothing to do with a severe thunderstorm. That's a frontal boundary tracking across the area, and so behind that, west of Interstate 77, it's going to be a windy day for us. It's going to be the potential for some storms and winds with that. Look at the increasing size of the storm system all the way from Georgia and Florida right into the mid-Atlantic states. It moves away, heads to the Carolina coastline. This is about 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's the area that's probably going to see the severe weather threat into the afternoon. The potential for areas, say, from around Norfolk all the way to the Outer Banks, could see tornadoes over there. The backside of it, we're going to see, yes, that's going to be snow in some of the mountain communities tonight. They could see maybe 1 to 2 inches of snowfall, so a little winter weather excitement. Now, with all the rain and everything, the other big issue impact we've had today is the streets, and a major problem on Interstate 85 southbound towards Belmont. Let's get the latest on that. Back over to Brittany.
So we actually have a new crash that we're going to talk about here. We're going to pull that up here on graphics 20 for you. This is actually in the University City area. This happened a little bit ago. This is a new crash. This is northbound here, Mecklenburg County, University City Boulevard at mile marker 43. There's a multi-vehicle crash that is blocking the left 2 lanes. They're currently closed after exit 43 here. The notice that we're getting here from Medic is that one patient has been transported with non-life-threatening injuries, so that is very good news. But of course, there has been a lot of traffic issues out there this morning so far because of all the rain and the gusty winds as well. We'll see if we can get that up for you in a little bit on graphics 20. But other than that, let's pop it up. Let's get it up. We'll see. Again, 85 northbound, mile marker 43 here. Working on getting that shot up. Let's just skip. We can do it always next time, or we can come back around to it. The biggest issue that is impacting us for all morning long, this is probably about since 5 o'clock this morning when Chris was tracking the traffic issues, is an obstruction still blocking here in Belmont Mount Holly Road there. That's I-85 southbound, still blocking, still continuing to cause major backups, major issues, still only allowing for about 5 to 10 miles per hour of traffic. Again, your best detour here is going to be to hop off 85 and take Highway 29 instead. You can take that all the way through Belmont, through McAdamville, and then eventually get back on I-85. As we zoom out here, though, even though there are not as many widespread issues, I just want to show you the amount of additional crashes that we have. I'll go back to the first one that I started with you, the University Boulevard issue. That is what you currently have on your screen. This is at mile marker about 43 there. Again, that's I-85 northbound. So some major issues on the interstate as expected. Avoid 85 if you can in this area. And I would say either use Highway 29 instead, or for the most part, just stay off the roads until the storms have passed, if at all possible.
Goodness, 85, a problem throughout the morning. Goodness. Well, as Brittany's been alluding to, the roads, a major issue out there right now.
Let's send it over to our Austin Walker. He's been in Belmont where we were seeing a storm there, or an issue there. Austin, take it away for us. Where are you now?
Yeah, hey guys, we're actually on I-485 heading towards the Weddington area, also kind of the Monroe area right now, where you're really actually seeing a major slowdown. This is what we're looking at, though. It's kind of stop and go traffic on I-485. To give you more of an idea of where we're currently at, it's north of Weddington, kind of by where the IKEA is down here. So if you're heading out right now, just know that you could be seeing some slow traffic right now. We are seeing this across the metro, though, obviously, as we are really trying to monitor and kind of see what the issue and deal is currently at this time. We are kind of talking about Union County as we're seeing some effects and some impacts from the current storm right now. What we are seeing is obviously our teams are monitoring the conditions out right here. But again, roads right now, obviously a big concern because driving is kind of a mess in areas. I know we were talking about over in Belmont earlier where we saw that crash blocking one lane of traffic, having a pretty severe backup for about 3 miles. Also, Brittany talking about a crash up in North Charlotte in the University City area. And now here we're seeing some slowdowns. Actually looking at a map on my phone, it looks like it's pretty much in the red area. Not sure exactly what we're looking at currently and why it's doing that. We'll make sure to update you when we learn more this time. But this storm really adding some impacts for these drivers. Things are going pretty slow. Again, you can see right here, we kind of are on a standstill traffic at this point, while traffic is moving the other direction. Pretty okay at this point, but just some things to consider as we are seeing the impacts of this storm currently right now. This all being said, we always talk about good driving practices when we're seeing severe weather and any weather in the Charlotte area. I think we all joke that Charlotte TN needs some help when driving. So again, this is a 10 and 2 kind of day. Don't try to lax it out right now. Obviously, both hands on the steering wheel, increase those following distances between the car in front of you to make sure you also are not in a bad situation like other drivers at this time. But I will send it back to you guys in the studio for right now.
45 at a standstill. Austin, thank you. Well, one of the other big concerns this morning is the wind, which could lead to downed trees and power lines. Fortunately, though, at this hour right now, 9:16 here on WCNC Plus, we're tracking only about 2,000 outages across our area, which big picture is not that much.
Yeah, as we talk about this, our Richard Devane live this morning with a look at how energy companies are working to keep the lights on. Richard.
Yeah, good morning to you guys. Good morning, Kaylin, Ben. Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Yeah, we've been checking, as Ben just told you, about those numbers, the numbers of power outages that Duke is dealing with in our area. The number of customers is not significantly high. Of course, they'll keep monitoring throughout the day to make sure that if they get an upsurge because of falling trees and the power lines and things like that, that they're prepared. They're seeing more power outages in the western Carolinas and areas like that, and in the north, of course, where that storm is really hitting hard right now. Now, as you take a look at this video, that's why they say they're taking their time. They're being cautious and they're being prepared. Duke Energy works around the clock, and when they have a storm coming like this one, they've been working ahead of time to be in position. We've watched as they've actually gone out and monitored certain areas, and they placed their crews strategically around the region to make sure that if there's a certain area where they need to go to, they can go to. So far today, they've not had a lot of work here in Charlotte, which is good news for those folks who've lost their power, and the rest of us keeping our fingers crossed. We actually spoke to Logan Stewart about the preparedness plan and what people need to do in times like this with bad weather. Here's what she had to say.
We always want to be prepared because, again, Mother Nature, we saw during Helene, you never know what it's going to bring. So sign up for Duke Energy outage alerts. You can do that on our website. Just make sure that if people in your family rely on power for, medical needs or something else, that you have an alternative place to take them. Think about your pets, and above all, just stay safe, check on your neighbors, and just know that we're watching it and we'll get the power back on if it does go out.
Yeah, that is some good news. Also some great news as you see those power lines over there, the trees in the background. We haven't seen a ton of winds, so that allows those crews to actually get out there and work to restore power. And if you see a crew, just give them some space because they're working hard to keep you safe and keep your power on. We're right here in North Charlotte. Richard Devane, send it back to you.
All right, Richard, thank you.
Yeah, those crews did a lot of preparation. Looks like it is paying off there. From the roads to the skies now, where we are seeing some impacts at Charlotte Douglas. Right now, we have 165 cancellations that we're seeing, about 75 delays. We did have some folks commenting on social media as we have been live across our platforms, asking about flights, asking about if they should get out of the house. And if you do have a flight, just be sure to check that status because there are some impacts happening at the airport.
All right, let's check back in with Larry Sprinkle right now at 9:18. He's got the latest. A lot of folks wondering, are we in the clear yet, Larry, or not yet?
Not totally in the clear, but getting much better. Now, we've been talking a lot about, how about let's watch and see what's going on. This is from our tower cam over in Dallas, that low deck of clouds over there. Luckily, there's no severe weather from that. That's from about 1,450 feet up over in Dallas, looking back towards the Charlotte area. You can see a low deck of clouds. You can see raindrops on the lens. This is our camera on top of the View building in uptown Charlotte. So we've had rain up there, but the camera's not shaking around like it was earlier today, so we're not getting the high winds there at the moment. Let's take you up to Watauga County, up to Boone, up to Appalachian State University. You can see the view there. And notice in the background some peaks of sunshine coming through. That's an indication of better weather ahead as you go west of here. And this is Monroe over in Union County. Probably about 45 minutes to an hour ago, you couldn't see anything because we did have the big storms tracking through Monroe over there in Union County. It's still kind of cloudy, but don't see a lot of movement of the trees, so winds have died down quite a bit there. And then why not show you Beach Mountain, where, yes, later tonight and tomorrow they're going to get some snow because on the back end of the storm system, cold enough, they're going to get maybe 1 to 2 inches of snow. So those cameras showing you what's going on. We haven't talked about the forecast. Let's talk about what's going to happen later today. We'll actually see some sunshine, 6 p.m., 62 degrees, sunny skies and fair weather clouds as we head towards the evening with temperatures dropping into the low 40s. At that time, here's that all-important Guy Roofing 7-day forecast. So today we'll be in the upper 60s, a little bit of sun in the afternoon, cooling down tomorrow, about 56, low 60s on Friday for the upcoming weekend. Saturday, nice day, about 70 degrees, a little bit of rain on Sunday, and the next week we're actually back to the low 70s by next Tuesday. So all in all, things are improving. What is not improving, the fact that we did have some reports of some damage from earlier in today from some of the storms that tracked across the area. Chris?
Yeah, and we're starting to see several power outages across the area, and I'm actually keeping an eye on what's happening here around Stanley County. And Brittany, I'll just have you come over here. Yeah, well, all right, what you got for us?
Information from the NWS. We were just talking about how there was confirmed damage that we saw in Union County where the tornado couplet was. NWS actually says they're going to head to Union County today to do a damage survey on that, which is a little bit abnormal. Normally it's the day after. Not sure if that's just because it's so early in the morning, but that means that we should have information for the afternoon shows about that. So the damage was enough that they're sending someone out there right now.
And we're going to show you exactly where we were looking. So we were following this earlier. We showed you right about here on WCNC Plus that, hey, something's brewing here. Watch out for this area. But notice how it becomes so much more defined, that red to the green. That's where I think we saw this. And Brittany, did you have an exact spot? What was that cross section that we saw?
So the cross section here was Porter Ridge High School. So that's in Union County. That's where we saw some structural damage, looks like a farm. And there was also an Eastern Indian Trail. There's parts there that saw a bunch of trees down, and some minor damage. No cross streets, but they're saying Porter Ridge High School, which of course is in Union County.
Okay, yeah, so it's right about here. So that was close to about 8:20 to 8:30 that we saw that move through. Yeah, that makes sense, and that's where we were watching that as well. And it's actually this exact same couplet, as it is technically called. There's just really where radar's going towards or away in one central spot where you usually see rotation. That is now centralized right over here around Albemarle, and that's actually where my new cause of concern is. If we're trying to watch anything, that's an active severe thunderstorm warning that's there, heavier rain on the eastern side, and we still have a little bit of rotation that potentially could be right down here, a little bit closer to around Ruby here in Chesterfield County. I'm seeing a little notch there. It's not as prevalent as the one that we just mentioned, but we're not quite done here, so we are still looking at a pretty decent rain here. And I think anywhere along this line, even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning with a gust up to 60 mile per hour potential, I still think there could be a spin-up tornado within this line. And by the time that we get that tornado warning, it might already be past and gone. So if you're from Ruby through Wadesboro up through Albemarle, Denton, you're going to have the worst of the weather. And then behind this, you still have some very heavy rain. So that could also lead to some significant ponding. Hasn't been great for our weather, but I am happy to say that we do have an all clear officially if you live anywhere in this pink circle. That really includes everyone that's west of I-77. Even though that heavier rain that is now just east of I-77 right along is there, that still could provide some of those gustier winds as well. And we also have reports of power outages and trees down in Albemarle and Stanley County. So this is where we were just looking. So this does make sense. So it's right here that we're seeing some of those gustier winds where those, I think it was actually, if there was anything, it was, there it is. All right. So Albemarle, where we just had reports of some power outages, I bet you it was from this little burst, that we still have enough twist that a potential tornado could have been associated with this, or wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. And I'm happy to say that I think Stanley County, Albemarle, you're almost done with at least the severe weather threat here outside of any winds and rain in about 20 minutes, because this is moving so fast, but still a lot of heavier rain that's going to be behind that overall.
Day, Chris. They just canceled the tornado watch.
Hey, okay.
Hey.
Let's bring that up one more time. There it is. Okay, because I was going to say there's no way this is going to make it to 1 o'clock. We're just dealing with rain now. Now it's only the counties that we were mentioning: Stanley, Anson County, Chesterfield County, and Richmond County. Not until 1 o'clock. It's not going to last that long. That was just a general range. I bet you that is going to be canceled likely in the next hour and a half. Once you get to about 11 o'clock, I think that we're going to get the all clear for storms across the area. That's the way our futurecast is currently trending. But Brittany, I actually think because you took over the traffic reins this morning, I think it's the rain that's falling right now around the Queen City that is the biggest issue for most of our population. But I still want to give a shout out to anyone in eastern Stanley County. It's this cell right here where there's some heavier rain. There is still a chance there could be an embedded tornado with that. Gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. The main central part of this line is also about to work into Wadesboro. So Wadesboro, I wouldn't travel if I were you. I would wait at least another 30 minutes or so to be safe. That yellow lines that you're seeing in here that starts between Asheville and Polkton, west of Rockingham, that's a severe thunderstorm warning that goes on for about another 20 minutes. So Wadesboro, I would wait because we are seeing a decent gust along that. And then last but not least, this little bit of working its way towards Maysville and right around Deep Creek, where these are much smaller communities, still a chance that you could have some gusty winds and tornadoes spin up there as well. But for the Charlotte area, mainly just some heavier rain.
All right, and Brittany mentioned some damage that we're seeing near Porter Ridge High School out in Union County being one of the areas where we saw that tornado warning earlier today. As we continue to get those damage reports, we're also responding to some comments from you at home, reaching out to us on social media. One parent saying that they were concerned that the district did not cancel schools, saying that parents, students, and buses were sitting in a parking lot while that tornado warning was in effect. That all coming from one parent. We did take that question to the district to ask about it, and they did send us a response saying that that they practiced protocols related to the tornado warning. All buses were parked during that warning, and that there was no change to schedule. We are expecting to hear from some folks out in Union County, I believe emergency management officials, coming up at 9:30 here live on WCNC Plus. But I just wanted to give that update to parents who were reaching out to us about that as it related to schools in Union County and that tornado warning that had taken place, as we are now starting to get some damage reports into our newsroom.
That, of course, good news that they're going to give us an update there. Let's talk about one more time, or I guess maybe a few more times until this is cleared, about the traffic incident we have right now that's probably causing the biggest issues. This happened about 20 or so minutes ago. 2 left lanes are closed due to a crash at exit 43. That's University City Boulevard. That's in Charlotte, of course, on the northern side, causing some significant delays. Now, what we know is that one patient was treated there with non-life-threatening injuries. This at least involved 2 cars. So right now, I-85 northbound, again, you can see that on our maps here, University City Boulevard, causing some pretty significant slowdowns heading northbound. But as we always see, also some onlooking delays in that area. Obstruction still impacting here, Belmont Mount Holly Road. This is I-85 southbound. Happened earlier this morning, actually about 4.5 hours ago. Still causing significant issues if you're heading southbound there. That's between Belmont and McAdamville. From closer view here, you can still see that the interstate is crawling at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Now, unfortunately, the biggest detour you're going to see here is going to be to hop off I-85 and take Highway 29. We are now seeing some slow areas there too, just probably with the amount of people that are using that detour at this current time. Taking a wider view, a lot of these crashes we were showing you earlier this morning cleared. So those are the only 2 current incidents we have. Of course, if anything additional pops up, we will certainly let you know.
What a mess that is, and yeah, taking that, getting off and getting on Highway 74, that's the thing to do. Hello, can you hear me? Hey.
Is this thing on?
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah,
There he is.
We're here, and we're live right here. By the way, we're keeping track of time. 28 minutes after 9 o'clock. Yeah, it has been a crazy morning out there. Let's take a look and show you. We'll go to weather 2 and show you where at the moment we still have in the area. We still have one warning to talk about, and that's a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect momentarily. It should go away, and that is good news. But that is over in Anson, Montgomery, Richmond, Stanley counties, and that area as we scan the skies and show you we still have some pockets of pretty heavy rainfall over towards Matthews, Mint Hill, gets along 485, some heavy pockets of rain down around Rock Hill. From Albemarle to Polkton down into areas at northeastern corner of Chesterfield County around Pageland in that area, also Lancaster County, still some heavy rain there. So we've had within the area as much as 1.5 inches of rainfall, not talking about any flooding or anything like that. Now, what more can we get in addition to what we already have? Maybe 1/3 of an inch in the Charlotte area, a little bit more once you get over towards Rockingham and over towards Cheraw in South Carolina, maybe about 1/2 inch because that storm system starting to move in that general direction over the next several hours. Current winds much better than they were a while ago. In fact, sustained winds here in Charlotte only about 9 miles an hour. Sustained winds 13 at Monroe, about 20 over at Rockingham in Richmond County. Current wind gust about 20 miles per hour, and with that we do see the potential for more severe weather threats even with the gusty winds. And Chris, I think you have the latest warning that just came in.
Yeah, this new severe thunderstorm warning now officially starts just east of Albemarle, so we're almost done with the severe weather window for you in Stanley County. Not done yet. This icon represents that we have a really strong cell that's associated with this moving northeast at 58 miles per hour. Boy, we're dealing with a lot of rain right here. And in Detroit, this is now pushing just outside of our viewing area. But this is a new warning that officially is going to go on until, oh, that's for the tornado watch. This new warning is going to go on for at least the next 45 minutes or so, and that is going to include parts of the Stanley County area and neighboring counties. And then it looks like we're also avoiding the potential for a tornado through this stretch. No new warnings down towards the south, but we're still going to be watching this really closely. So the newest information for the severe thunderstorm warning is actually a hour long until 10:30, but this is barely in Stanley County, so it's mainly going to be affecting areas now moving east, approaching Southern Pines, and then eventually this is going to be the same storm system that's going to impact Raleigh, I would say a couple hours from now. Almost in the clear, but we're still watching this other cell that's down towards the south. I want to give you a better look at this. All right. Mainly all rain, not really seeing too much in here. It's not as clear, but we still have a really defined edge. This right through there. So Chesterfield County, you know where you are, cuts right through Ruby, and soon is going to be impacting areas like Patrick. Chesterfield, I would still be on guard that you're going to have some really strong winds associated with this. Wadesboro, you're also into some of the heavier winds that are likely going to be upon you. This blue is representing still some wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. And then Stanley County, I think you're actually almost in the clear right now for the strongest. Yeah, you can see that frontal edge is jump now over Detroit. So Albemarle, you're clear. Stanley County, just mainly going to be dealing with some moderate to heavy rain, and even Charlotte. So if you're trying to do something, you want to get outside, Huntersville now likely starting to see some significant clearing. The rain is done for the day for you over in Lincolnton and Gastonia, besides maybe a leftover sprinkle that's still suspended in the atmosphere. So if you want to do anything around uptown, I would still wait it out for the next 30 minutes or so, but we're almost done with the heavier rain even, and the severe weather window is closing, still impacting now only 3 counties, Anson, Richmond, you still haven't even seen it yet, so we'll see what it's like when it gets to your neighborhood, and then Chesterfield County. So good things, Larry. We're heading in the right direction.
The great thing about this is the fact that maybe some of the volatility is being lessened when we thought it would increase, but that's just a severe thunderstorm warning. That would be anyone traveling Highway 74. You got going eastbound over towards Wadesboro all the way into Richmond County, eventually to Scotland County, headed to the Carolina coastline. That's where we're still seeing the impacts from severe thunderstorms with some gusts gusty winds. Regardless of that, it's going to be a very windy day across the entire area. We can still see some winds gusting up to about 35 to 45 miles per hour. Back to you, Ben.
All right, 9:33 right now. You're watching WCNC Plus. We're in the middle of weather impact coverage. A number of tornado warnings issued throughout the morning. Let's bring you up to speed on the power outages, something else we've been talking about. Logan Stewart with Duke Energy joins us now live. And bring us up to speed with what you know. Last thing we checked, things were not so bad when it comes to power outages. Is that still the case?
Hey, Ben, good morning. So I checked right before I got on here, and it looks like Greater Mecklenburg County, we're just under 300 outages, which, of course, every outage is important, and we do have crews out responding to those. But probably all in all, considering what we heard was coming, it's probably not as bad. That said, crews are on standby as outages occur. As long as it is safe to do so, our crews will get out there and respond. I heard you all talking a little bit earlier, Larry, talking about, the winds. So I think it's important to know, too, that crews can't work up in the buckets, in the bucket trucks, and winds that are above 30 miles an hour. So just something to keep in mind. That's just a safety thing for us. So as soon as, that wind dies down, they will be out there responding to any outages.
Logan, when we spoke to you a little bit earlier, ahead of the storm, you were telling us about the preparations and everything that you guys were doing. It looks like those are bearing fruit for you. Can you tell us how you guys have been getting ready for this and what it looks like now?
Yeah, absolutely. In advance of any storm, we do a lot of things. Our crews will be loading up bucket trucks and things like that. But year round, Duke Energy stays prepared because this is certainly not our first storm. A lot of the work that we do year round, think about, trimming trees that vegetation. We live in an area that has big trees, big branches that can impact our lines. And so we strategically trim those trees to make sure that the impact to the lines is reduced. We, replace lines and poles, things that will help strengthen the grid so that when we do see extreme weather like this, we are prepared. The other thing that we've been integrating across the grid is called smart self-healing technology. And this is a newer technology for our overhead lines that in 2024 saved customers in the greater Mecklenburg County area about 200,000 outages. So it's a great new technology. We're continuing to integrate it across the grid. We've doubled the number of customers that have this technology, and we'll continue to roll that out in the years ahead.
Explain that to us a little bit more, because we mentioned that this morning on our broadcast, and I said self-healing technology, and I said to myself under the breath, well, what in the world is self-healing technology? Explain to us why this makes a difference and how it works and how it gets the power back on faster.
Sure. And we love to use the word smart with it because it is a newer, smarter technology, and it is a mouthful. So self-healing technology, the best way to describe it, it's actually technology that's on the power lines, but it acts almost like a GPS in your car. So if there is an outage on the line that serves you or serves your neighborhood or your area, it can almost reroute that and kind of put you on to another line. So you may experience just a temporary outage, or you may not even have an outage at all.
If folks do experience an outage in their area, what's the best way for them to get in contact with you?
There are a couple of ways to report an outage, and we definitely want you to do that if you do experience an outage. Probably the easiest way is to text out OUT to 57801. You can also call us at 800-POWER-ON. Download the Duke Energy mobile app, report it there, or report it on our website.
Logan Stewart, our go-to person. Been talking to you about these things for years now, so we appreciate it. All right, Logan, thanks for taking time. All right, let's turn it back to the forecast right now. Chris standing by. Chris, what's the latest?
I want to say that from what we were talking about earlier, that one tornado warning that was verified in Union County, well, it's Evergreen Nursery. So that's at 317 West Lawyers Road. This is the quote from Marie. My husband and employee saw the tornado prior to seeking shelter, where we don't have the permission to show it, but you can actually see visibly part of the roof ripped off there. We also had another report right here around Porter Ridge High School. And these two circles are the two spots of damage that we saw. I'm going to rewind because we're actively doing this right here on WCNC Plus. This is the couplet. This is that red to the green that we were talking about. You see that at 8:35 as it crosses. That's 8:37. So within that time period, there's a good chance that could have been a tornado. The radar is showing it, and now with the reports from people saying they saw a tornado, which is very tough to see in this rainy conditions, but through this little batch, and then it started to lift after that. Just letting you know that we do have verified damage through this stretch. Just look at how close it is, seeing damage, likely a tornado that did touch down here in Union County, and that would be around the Indian Trail area.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier about some of the reports coming in from Indian Trail. Really, it kind of reflects exactly what we're talking about in those areas. We were talking about Really, if you go into the eastern part of Union County, Highway 74, almost following that through Indian Trail, the Lake Park area, Porter Ridge High School. So basically, that storm system was moving almost due east as it tracked across here and caused the reports of damage. And then obviously, what Chris was saying, that we did have indication that there was some rotation. They actually saw that. At the moment, let's go ahead and take a look at weather too and show you what's happening at the moment. We still have some severe weather in the two-state area, North Carolina. That's why we've been talking all morning about people travel in this area. And if you've got travel plans, if you're heading east, if you're heading northeast, you'll encounter some strong storms there. Kind of zoom in and show you what we're talking about. In our area, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued a while ago, and it does include areas over towards Stanley County, also Montgomery County, Moore and Randolph County as you head just a bit north of there. So it really is a long line of storms that stretch literally from the northern Piedmont all the way down into the eastern Piedmont, right into Virginia up there. And these storms right here, that's a tornado tag. That's a severe thunderstorm with a tornado tag. It does mean there's a potential, there's rotation within that, so that could become another tornado. For us, this is not. This is just a severe thunderstorm with some gusty winds that could cause problems in themselves. Now, we do have the tornado watch. It has been east of here now, not for us, but anybody from Wadesboro, that's in our viewing area, Rockingham, all the way east up towards Greensboro, Raleigh. And we talked about this earlier, how the severe thunderstorm activity would shift to the east, and that's exactly what the National Weather Service is indicating. At the moment, we do have pockets of heavy rain over towards Mint Hill as you get towards Matthews, around Pineville, heading down into South Carolina, around Indian Land as you get into Lancaster County. Highway 74, if you get travel plans, if you get into over towards Monroe, Wadesboro, Rockingham, up towards Albemarle, then up in Rowan County and Salisbury, down Interstate 77 into Chester County in South Carolina. You can notice, looking back to the west, Morganton, Marion, over towards areas around Cleveland County, things have cleared out. No storms over there, just some gusty winds in the forecast. So our futurecast, additional rainfall, not that much here, maybe a third of an inch. It's really over towards Rockingham and Sherrod. They could get maybe another half an inch of rainfall in the storm system. So futurecast indicates the storm system is gone, moved out of here as we get into the afternoon, but this takes us to Saturday, maybe a couple of spotty showers. Current wind gusts that we're getting right now, winds gusting not that much in Charlotte, 20-mile-an-hour wind gust here, 25 over at Rockingham, about 25 at Jefferson and West Jefferson as you head into the houses. Now, futurecast, throughout the afternoon, we're still going to see some high wind gusts, but most of that is going to shift off to the east. Wadesboro, Rockingham, and Sherrod could see winds gusting up to maybe 35 to 45 miles an hour. Locally, 25 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts as we head towards the afternoon. And that does include all the way through early on your Thursday morning out there. That's our camera in Dallas. You can see the low deck of clouds. And then we look at uptown Charlotte, just a few spotty showers up there. So all in all, locally, Chris, things have calmed down quite a bit, but we do have some problems northeast of here and east of here.
And we're seeing more damage reports that are coming in from around that same area that we were looking at. So this did confirm that we were mentioning the Monroe and the Unionville area. It's technically North Monroe that we're seeing here. So Brad just sent us this picture. Didn't have confirmation to use the other one. Pretty sure be able to use this one, but I'm just going to go for it. You're actually seeing some power lines that are pretty significantly damaged. So let me bring this up real quick.
It was really over there along Highway 74, heading towards Indian Trail, Lake Park, and that part of Union County towards Porter Ridge High School that we saw those intense winds that did cause some damage. And National Weather Service has been looking very closely at all these because, you know, a tornado could be an F0 tornado with winds 60, 70 miles an hour, or it could be an EF5. So that, winds over 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, luckily we didn't have that.
Nothing like that, no.
Yeah, but check this out. So this is right. We mentioned the nursery that somebody reported they saw a tornado. So they took shelter at the nursery there. This is right off of Lawyers Road, North Monroe, and that is Lawyers Road. So you can see likely something might have came down here, even though it is all one direction, but since it is so isolated, completely just snapped the power pole. So that's just a good example of what you can see along a line like this, that it'd be isolated damage right there.
This is Lawyers Road into Union County.
So that's right near the nursery that we were mentioning.
Okay,
so this is really where we've seen the best designation of that. Meanwhile, things are really improving across the area, but just shows what we were seeing just west of Unionville, and technically the address is North Monroe that we saw the worst of the weather. And we'll kind of give you a case study showing you what's happening. It was this little couplet that you're seeing here, and a couplet is just a fancy term for red butting against the green, radars going one direction and another that shows that rotation. Caitlin?
Yeah, I had a question for you all. If we could pop that photo back up, because that photo, I think, really helps tell the story, and I think you'll be able to provide some good context here. We were talking about a tornado warning out in that area. We often debate between a tornado or straight line winds and what is it that causes this. Of course, the National Weather Service will probably have someone out on the ground to try to identify what took place. But from you all's expertise, what story does this tell when you see the way in which those power lines are lined out?
Straight line winds in a thunderstorm, everything is falling in one direction. When you have the twisting of a tornado, then you see kind of things spread out in a twisted motion. And when you look at that right there, I mean, you know, once again, this is an EF0, which is a minimal tornado. But I don't know. It looks to me like there's that twisting effect in the damage that we see right there.
Yeah, and you can't really tell in a 2D trend, but it looks like there's one direction. This one's actually a little bit closer to us, and then that one kind of is a little bit more closer to us. So it does show kind of a slight rotation, a small little bit, and that's what the National Weather Service. You also see a tree like that. So yeah, this right now preliminary, and it's really tough to see just from one photo and from the reports that we've seen. Does kind of seem like more of a classic tornado did drop down through this area. But Caitlin, to also your defense on this is that it could also be straight line winds on top of that. That's why it's really tough from the National Weather Service that everything might be a straight line winds, and then all of a sudden one spot a tornado potentially came through there.
Did you say they're coming to see? Oh, that's even better when you see a little larger form right there.
Yeah, I believe we said that they're coming today, actually.
Yeah, okay. So
what walk us through the process. What do they have to sort of go through to get a better understanding?
What they do is they don't come the same day. In most cases, it's the following day. But they're looking at the pattern of wind damage that they actually survey the wind damage and the type of damage that you get. You know, is it a tree that snapped and bent in one direction, or is it tree limbs all over the place, twisted and everything? That would indicate some rotation in the storm.
Yeah, and one sign is usually like if you see a tree that almost looks like a bomb went off or it's splintered in the middle of it, that's a real big indication. And the National Weather Service, and we've done a weather IQ on this, the enhanced Fujita scale is actually a damage scale, where it's called a DOD, where it's degrees of damage. So they're looking for different evidence that will say, hey, this represents an EF1, EF2. But number one, as Larry says, you got to see if there's any rotation. We have the power of 3 today. Brittany, you got a brand new, come on over here.
Bring your computer.
I'll just walk in front. Hello. Well, just
Yeah.
because we were just talking about the National Weather Service decision, as Larry mentioned, you know, normally it's the next day. So they actually just said that the reason why is because the emergency management actually reported a report of a tornado.
So they saw it, yeah.
So they, so that most likely
That's an
means
official-
physically seeing something. So they
official
saw the pictures and videos that our chief meteorologist Brad Panovich has been sending them, and so that was like a perk up their ear. But the EM actually reporting a tornado apparently is the reason why they're bringing them today.
Is Brad there right now? Or is he just getting images from
I think he's just getting pictures and videos.
Brad has been known to do this, that all of a sudden he, once it's safe, he heads out to go kind of see.
I don't have his
that.
location.
But just where we were looking at the radar, like everything adds up. You had a live in-person report. The radar was classic tornado, the tornado warning, the pictures. So yeah, this is likely, and this is the whole reason why we're doing this. That's why we were under a tornado watch. That's why we had a tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning with the potential of a tornado.
Yeah, and there are some videos too that we've gotten that we haven't had permission to share that also you can see a
To
little
further
bit.
answer your question, there is no way to measure. We can't use a tool to measure the speed. It's estimated speed, and it's by the damage, the type of damage. That's how you get the estimate of the wind speed. There are instruments that can be used, but in most cases, it's post-storm, the day after they see the damage, and they can estimate from that damage. That's the kind of winds that could cause that type of damage.
Kind of the same thing like with a hurricane. They do their wind estimates, you know, at landfall based on what the damage is. So.
As we take one final look here at this image, I just think it's amazing that as you see the power lines that were lying down, there was a trash can just a short distance away that is still sitting up, along with those mailboxes that were untouched. So that kind of speaks to potentially the direction or the way in which that gust hit or that tornado hit. Pretty amazing there. Let's send things over to our Austin Walker, who's actually heading in that direction or toward Union County now, monitoring things from the roads. Austin.
Yeah, hey guys. So we were actually looking to drive into Union County towards that that nursery we've been talking about. When we saw this right here, you can see if I flip the camera, power lines are down right now. You can see they really look like they've fallen with ease, and the poles have really just split. That shows you how really heavy and fast those winds were blowing in this area. Specifically looking at a couple different things. I'm actually going to have us flip the camera one more time now to our other camera that's now outside. We just got set up. He's actually going to zoom in, and you can see right here that those power lines are down. Those lines currently are blocking a lot of homes right now because those lines are stretching across driveways. In the distance, you can also see that there are, it looks like a utility truck is also here already. So this happened within the last hour. So we are getting some information from those who were out here. We know that one person says they did take shelter in that nursery over here. So this shows the impact of this storm thus far. I also want to zoom in closer on the most current pole at the very, very front, and you can see again that is how that wood is split. It really shows you how heavy that wind was and how aggressive it was. No word on any of the homeowners in this area. I'm counting at least a dozen homes right here that could be impacted. I'm not sure exactly when it comes to outages what that looks like right here, but something to consider. This is the direct impact that we're seeing across the area. And now we really cannot be everywhere. So we are relying on those like you who are watching this right now to send us what it looks like in your area. Are you having any outages? Is there any downed trees in this area? Or even power lines? Get to a safe location if you can. Take a photo, take videos, and send them to us on our WCNC Charlotte mobile app on the Near Me feature. You can also text us. That information is on WCNC.com or inside our mobile app, because we would love to make sure that everybody is informed on exactly what currently is going on. Now we are heading back out here looking at other areas, so we will be checking back in throughout the rest of the day. I'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
Hey, also, let me ask you a question.
Let me just interrupt real quickly for folks who might not be familiar with Monroe.
Yeah.
This is north of Monroe.
Yeah, that's my question. Where exactly are you? Yeah, give us your location, the name of the street, and where are you in Union County?
Where exactly are we? Yeah, so looking at a map, just to give you guys kind of a good idea, we're basically smack dab in the middle of Goose Creek Airport and Edwards Airport. We're just, east of the Porter Ridge High School. So basically we're just off of Con Road Highway, which is about north of on 601. So that's kind of a good general idea. Very much a rural area, not really close to any of the town centers. But if we were to keep heading in that direction, into the east direction, we would be heading into Unionville. So I hope that does kind of get a better idea where we're currently at.
Thank you. That's interesting. Thanks. Great report right there. And that's exactly where that, we had the solid rotation you were talking about.
Mm-hmm. And so we were mentioning degrees of damage. I think that is greater than an EF0 for sure. And I'm going to bring you through the process of what the National Weather Service actually does. So 24 on the degrees of damage, electrical transmission line. So there's 1 through 6. Number 3, wood poles leaning. Number 4, broken wood poles. Mm-hmm. We have that right here, and it's very isolated. So this has a general range, a lower bound, and an upper bound. On average, that's showing winds over 100 miles per hour, minimum of 85. So this is at least an EF2. I would not be surprised just for the degrees of damage that those winds for that spot that you were looking. And if there's any way that we can bring up just the live shot that he was showing, I can bring up the picture again. I think it's a minimum 85 miles per hour, but with a maximum about 115. So you're talking about a strong EF1 tornado move through this area. So again, per the National Weather Service, for the degrees of damage, a broken pole has an expected wind speed ranging anywhere from 98 to 118 miles per hour, which would be strong EF1 or a weak EF2.
You know what's interesting about this picture right? Thanks, Pierre, for that shot right there. Is that there are houses within just a few feet of that. We don't see damage there. So that was one of those, they can be a very small, compact tornado with winds that could be up to EF2 scale tornado.
Yeah, and it also just shows the nature of this, because yes, you can have straight line winds that come as a wet microburst that just dive down into the surface, but everything is just pointing this out. Well, first off, it also helped that somebody physically saw this tornado, but the reason why you can also see this and the house might be okay is the tornado could have dropped down in this area, so it just, from that force, rips down all the lines, rips down the poles.
And lifts back up
and lifts back up again. And that might, because the nursery that we were looking at pictures earlier, and we don't have permission to share those yet, also had part of the roof torn off, and that picture was literally only from the person, her name is Marie, looking up, taking that picture. Oh, we actually do have
is that in the same area as the nurse? Oh, it is?
Yeah.
You all right, Ben? Yeah.
Well, and for folks at home, just so you understand, we have a policy here at WCNC Charlotte that we do not share pictures on air that we do not have explicit permission to use, so that we don't get any sort of legal trouble, and so also to protect you as well. So that's what Chris is alluding to, and perhaps we have that permission now. Chris?
Yes, yeah, we do.
So we're going to call that up. Wow.
Yeah, take this. Just give me.
This is in the same area. You heard Austin's report there off of not too far off 601 in that area. That
literally, I think it's right where the power poles are, because I can bring you the map as I'm uploading the picture on here. This is over on Weather 1. These are the 2 points of interest. So we had Porter Ridge High School, and then you had the down power lines and the nursery. Those are the 2 spots. So you see Highway 601 for the one that's on the right hand of your screen. The left one is where the high school is. So this looks like the general path that this thing took, and this was the active tornado warning at this point. This is technically North Monroe, and I'm also just stalling as I'm trying to get this picture in here.
Do you have measure that?
I will once I get this picture in a sec.
I think it does look, it's probably maybe about a mile or so.
Yeah, and also just the width of the power poles down, that almost looks like 250 yards as well. And this is also what you're going to hear from the National Weather Service as they're going to be importing this. Sorry, thank you for your patience. All right, here's the picture that they're talking about. So this is from the nursery, them looking up. So physically part of their roof ripped off. Now, if you notice the roof, it's more of a tin roof. That's much easier, and typically whenever you have a tornado damage, especially out in the Midwest and the central United States, barns and stuff like that are shredded because of the way things are. Oftentimes they're a little bit more open, wind can get up underneath, but this still shows, and I can bring up the degrees of damage on that here shortly, very strong damage whenever you're lifting up physically pieces of the roof. It makes this a little bit closer to EF2 than really the EF0, EF1
so
threshold.
So EF2, the range in that is how much?
We're talking about 111 miles per hour to 130 miles per hour. So
that's a pretty intense tornado.
Yeah, I think that as of right now, and this is all just speculation, so don't judge me. This is just looking at the tools that are given to us, that I wouldn't be surprised, and Brittany can back me up here, that they'll probably put this at least at 110, 105, 110.
Yeah, thinking back to the storms that we've had, especially east of Charlotte, that have been impacted. High-end EF2. Okay. I mean, could be low-end EF3. Remember Anson County, that big tornado that came through
Thankfully,
March
it didn't hit a home, because you can imagine the kind of damage that an EF2 would do to a home.
I think another thing, too, when it comes to the straight line wind damage versus tornado damage, like we were talking about earlier, yes, straight line wind also happens over a flat surface, but even if you're talking about a microburst, the smaller of a downburst, that's still 2.5 miles. The fact that there's areas where the power lines are down, and Chris Lair, you can back me up on this, and then a few houses away, nothing, I think that shows us even more likely that it probably was a tornado, because with a smaller path, more likely to see such a small area of impact, because even a microburst is 2.5 miles wide. There's no way that could have been caused by a microburst when a few houses down, the trash can was still right side up.
Yeah, the average width of a tornado is approximately 140 yards, but they can be much smaller, much more compact than that. And then there have been tornadoes 2 miles wide, so it's all over the place about the size. But that's a pretty compact spin-up tornado. It's pretty well defined. What happened is we look at the damage, and on the left-hand side, that's the roof of the building that was affected. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the power lines down.
And supporting what Brittany just said about the EF2, so I was giving you the lower ends because I'm just being cautious here because we don't have all the pieces on the board. For just a broken wood pole in general, that can be max winds as much as 142 miles per hour. All right, so we see it like this. torn up there. Yeah, we're definitely almost looking like the kind of that 110, 115 plus threshold.
But the damage is so. The picture that Brittany shows, it's just a tiny area of damage. It's amazing.
Yeah, so if the nursery is nearby here, where we had it kind of drop down near Porter Ridge High School and then move east northeast past Lawyers Road, I wouldn't be surprised if it kind of drops down and then lifts back up. So it could have just nipped the roof. You see this all the time. That I've seen tornado reports that literally the chimney's knocked off because that's the tail end of the tornado lifting back up.
The very bottom part of it.
To your point, though, that a greenhouse is built structurally much different than, say, a school or a house or something like that. So we talk about Porter Ridge, the schools right there nearby. It's a different sort of structural issue. Let's turn out to Austin Walker. He's there where those pictures we've been showing you the last few minutes. He's live there, actually on scene. Austin, bring us up to date on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, hey guys, so we're currently out in Union County looking at Lawyers Road and Highway 106. That's the intersection of where we're currently at right now. We're looking at a few different things. Right now, trucks are on scene from Duke Energy, obviously, Union Power Cooperative, trying to see exactly the damage. But we talked about that storm that rolled through here, and these are the impacts that we're looking at. You can see actually in the distance right here, multiple power line poles have been toppled over, snapped with ease. If we actually can look at some of the poles really specifically, you can see that wood snapped almost in half at this point. Those poles really just hanging on for dear life, covering people's driveways. So if you actually can see inside past the poles, we're seeing dozens of homes right here looking at they're blocking people in at this point. So we did see the sheriff's office come out here. These are some of these workers currently trying to service these poles, get these power back on. The opposite direction too, we actually know that there is the lights at this point after this intersection are also out. So this is what we're seeing with the impacts. I know Chris mentioned a few minutes ago that for a pole like this to snap, it has to be at least, 90-mile-an-hour winds. Also looking at a few different things. So obviously things were pretty vicious in this area when that storm rolled through. Obviously, we don't know exactly right now if this was a confirmed tornado. We're trying to figure that out at this point because it has to be so circular winds. But you can see the damage is very extensive here in Union County. Zooming in farther towards the back of the road to the very, very distance, you can also see crews on scene right now trying to just start the restoration process of getting these poles back up and good to go. Right now, we have not seen any of these neighbors out just yet. We do not know the condition or if their power is off at this point. Assuming that they are working on these poles right now, that is the case. We are hearing also that a nursery in the area, probably about a quarter of a mile away, did receive and withstand some heavy damage from that storm. We saw a photo from a viewer who sent us a photo. It shows that they had to hunker down inside and part of the roof did come off. So this is just the thing that we're seeing throughout Union County as we are continuing to service this area, trying to see exactly where that damage is. And I mentioned this last time too. The thing that we need to tell you this is when it comes to the idea of getting everywhere all at once, it's hard to do that, right? We don't have the crews to be every single place around our viewing area. So we really do rely on you at home. If you have any photos or videos, or if you can take them safely, we ask you to take those photos and videos, send them to us right here at WCNC.com or inside our mobile app. We have a Near Me feature where you can do that, kind of explain where you're at, what you're seeing to help us paint a better picture. For now, we're live in Union County. Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte. I'll send it back to you.
And kudos to those Duke Energy line crews we saw out there already within an hour out there trying to fix the power lines out there. All right, Austin. Folks, joining us right now, we are streaming live at 10 o'clock on WCNC Plus. We've been in the middle of weather impact coverage for you this Wednesday morning. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Ben Thompson.
And I'm Kaylin Hagwood. You just heard from our Austin Walker, he's out in Union County. It's one of at least two areas where we saw tornado warnings just within the past couple of hours. Those warnings have now been canceled. We are making some progress. Even where he's standing, you didn't even see a lot of rain. So things are moving fast. And what we were telling you all morning was going to be a fast moving storm. Let's send it over to our Larry Sprinkle tracking the latest. Larry.
And yes, good morning. It has been a fascinating morning because everything came to, we talk about this, we say the potential is there, and every bit of it happened. We had the spin up tornadoes. Luckily, we've not seen a tremendous amount of damage, but there are damage reports. You saw Austin Walker's report coming over from Union County. So at the moment, here's what we have as far as severe weather warnings. And east of Charlotte, that is a severe thunderstorm thunderstorm warning, and then north of there, as you can see, just to the west of Raleigh, as you head up into Virginia, those are severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado tag. That means there's rotation within the storm. There could be a spin-up tornado, but that is a severe thunderstorm warning well to the east of Charlotte. Here's what we're talking about right here. That's over towards Montgomery, Moore, Randolph, Stanley counties, and that's in effect for about another 28 minutes in that area. And most of the severe weather threat is shifting well to the east of us. In fact, the tornado watch it now does include areas including Wadesboro, Rockingham, as you get down towards Chesterfield County, and then all the way to the Carolina coastline. The tornado watch in effect right there. As we scan the skies, still some rain in the metro. We're talking about rain as you get down towards Pineville, along down into South Carolina, down Rock Hill, all the way down to Columbia. Then over towards Albemarle, showers there. Polkton, got some pretty heavy rain around Mount Pisgah and over towards Bennettsville in South Carolina. Looking west, the rain is over. What they're going to see west of here is just some gusty winds. In fact, futurecast rainfall, not expecting much more. As you can see, insignificant amounts of rainfall expected here. A little bit more, maybe 4/10 of an inch over towards Rockingham in that area. Futurecast, we take a look at pretty much that precipitation for us is gone. We got some snow for the forecast in the mountains. Current wind gust, and we mentioned this earlier. We've been talking all morning about you have the severe thunderstorms, they have winds, and then the weather system, the frontal boundary that's coming through behind that, along it, we're getting winds gusting to 45 miles an hour here in Charlotte. That's not a severe thunderstorm. That's the type of winds we've been talking about all week, that we're going to see these winds throughout the day, all the way through the evening into the afternoon. 45 mile an hour wind gusts at Charlotte, 33 at Concord, about 32 at Rock Hill in South Carolina. So those winds will continue to gust. I think they kind of shift more to the east as we get towards late in the morning and the early part of the afternoon, but we'll still see some gusty winds all the way through this afternoon, even early tomorrow morning. That's a picture from Dallas. Didn't want to show you from our camera views. Here's uptown Charlotte. You can see, starting to see some clearing skies. We wanted to go up to Appalachia and notice, I want to show you this camera because looking west, that's clear skies there, an indication what's going to happen here several hours from now. That's Monroe. Sure has calmed down earlier, probably about an hour and a half ago. You could not see anything from that picture. And then, up at Beach Mountain, where they're probably going to get a couple inches of snow over the next 18 to 20 hours there. Here's your forecast. Didn't want to talk about it today. Mid-60s, a little bit of sunshine in the afternoon. Clearing skies overnight with a low temperature dropping into the 30s overnight. And here's the Guy Roofing 7-day forecast. Tomorrow we're 56 degrees and a little bit of a breeze. Saturday, the best day of the weekend, 70 degrees. Sunday, a few showers, and by Tuesday of next week, we are actually back into the low 70s. We've had issues out there on the streets all morning. Interstate 85 was a problem. I think actually it's going to be much better because they're starting to clear some of that along Interstate 85 over in Union, over in Gaston County near Belmont. You were talking about that earlier today, Chris. That was a mess a couple hours ago.
Yeah, I'm happy to say that things are improving. We also have the all clear, and then also our active tornado watch officially is out for much of the I-77 corridor, the greater Charlotte area. And even though it's actively raining right now, I think within the hour, we're going to drop it for our 4 counties that are still under it. That's Stanley, Wadesboro, Richmond, and Chesterfield County. So let's move the all clear that I had earlier, and that will include much of the Charlotte area. So even though we do have some active severe thunderstorm warnings off towards the east, I think as far as severe storms go, most of the area is clear. The only exception that could be still an embedded gusty winds over in Richmond County and Chesterfield County, but most of us are good to go. So I officially give the all clear where we see no more rain. Now, there's going to be still some gusty winds. Larry was just alluding to that, but this is the spot that you don't have to worry about any sort of severe gusts. Sometimes the back edge of this could provide a gustier wind up to 40 miles per hour. Things are actively improving in that stretch. So again, all clear pretty much west of I-77. Still dealing with some heavy rain even on the southern part of the 485 loop, and areas that are actively trying to clean up, where we were just looking between Indian Trail and Monroe, which is right around here. Heavier rain is actually moving through, so that's going to be a hindrance. So we were able to talk to Austin Walker not too long ago. I think the rain is going to get a lot heavier where he is standing, so keep that in mind as we're going to be going to some of those live shots. Elsewhere, focusing in on some really heavy rain that's in the eastern side of Stanley County, still showing signs. These are old rotation that was associated with this line. It's really filled in the gap, so I'm I'm happy to say that that is improving. No new tornado warnings as well for the eastern side of our area, or just east of Greensboro. But this line's getting pretty mean. A lot more of those severe thunderstorm warnings that could potentially provide a tornado. So I think that the story is really going to continue to develop east of our area as we're slowly starting to clear things out. But of course, we've been talking about the main event, the confirmation, and it's these type of events which are those QLCSs. It's just a line of thunderstorms, again, some twists and bends along it. This one did verify. We had 2 tornado warnings. One was in Chester County. This one here in Union County, it's North Monroe that we had some of this damage. It was Porter Ridge High School that we had one, and then we received several images here. I'll throw one up here. This is the most recent one. There's the top of the roof. This is right here about Lawyers Road near 601, kind of near where Austin Walker was. This is a potential that maybe it was the tail of the tornado, could have been ripping up. There's also a damage that was reported at Porter Ridge High School, but we do not have confirmation or any pictures of that, at least as of yet. We also have seen the power lines. That's probably been one of the crazier images that we've seen through all this, where they're just at an angle where I think we should go back to Austin Walker here shortly before the rain really picks up, considering. So I think that's the main thing. I'm going to toss it back to you guys at the desk. Not sure what's up here next, but that's the most, this is really confirmed what can happen in an event like this, a potential EF1, even EF2 tornado with winds over 100 to 110 miles per hour.
And Chris, we are getting our first confirmation now from officials there in Union County that so far there have been no injuries reported. We've been talking about for the better part of the last couple of hours about the damage, and you've seen it firsthand, but it appears there are no injuries. But they also confirm reports of a possible tornado touchdown along Friendly Baptist Church Road. You know it if you live in the area there in Unionville, and possible damage in Porter Ridge, which we've also seen. So we're getting official confirmation from authorities there in Union County. In the meantime, let's talk power outages. There are some there in Union County. There are a few others in other places, but surprisingly, the area has fared fairly well when it comes to power outages.
Yeah, let's send things over to Logan Stewart. She's live with us now with Duke Energy. And Logan, we've seen things looking pretty good out there, but can you give us an update on where things stand?
Yeah, sure. You know, we spoke a little bit ago, and since then I was actually able to speak with one of our supervisors out in the field, and he confirmed that across the greater Charlotte area we're seeing right now just a little bit over 100 outages, which, you know, every outage is important. Our crews continue to respond to those. But I think the thing we're going to be watching through the day is, you mentioned, the high gusty winds. So for us, a lot of times with those power lines, big trees, big branches, that's kind of what we watch for, and what sometimes can be the culprit that does cause outages. Now, of course, I mentioned crews. They've been on standby all night long and will continue to respond as long as it's safe to do that.
And what about your message to folks there in Union County? It seems like at least early on, that seems to be where the brunt of the damage is. And we saw in a live picture no more than 5 minutes ago, linemen already out there within an hour trying to tackle some of the power lines there that look to be broken.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned our crews got prepared yesterday. We do prepare year-round, strengthening our lines and poles, trimming trees and things like that. But they were preparing yesterday, just making sure inventories were ready, supplies were ready. So they get into work super early, really about the time I'm getting up. So they were out very early this morning, again, responding as long as it's safe to do so. Safety is big for Duke Energy. We make sure our employees don't work up in the buckets when the wind is above 30 miles an hour. So as long as we can get them out there, we're going to continue to do that today.
Yeah, I think you made a really great point about that. It was an interesting nugget for our audience about when those winds are high, which is a big part of this system that we're seeing, that your crews cannot work just for their safety. So it's good context for our audience as well.
That's right. All right. Logan Stewart reporting for us from Duke Energy, filling us in. We appreciate it. Seems like your crews have done just a yeoman's work of keeping folks with their power on. Logan, thanks so much. We appreciate it again.
Thank you, guys.
Well, let's send things over to our Austin Walker. He's standing by. He's actually in Monroe. He's just near Porter Ridge High School, where we have had those damage reports. And he's live where we've seen really whatever type of system this is, knock over several power lines. Austin, what can you tell us?
Yeah, hey guys, so currently it is an all hands on deck situation as linemen are really out already surveying this damage that happened. We're currently on Lawyers Road, just off the intersection of Lawyers and Highway 106. And this is what it looks like right now. You can see they're currently working, trying to get these lines back up. But you can see heavy gusty winds did take about, I want to say, at least 7 to 9 poles down. And you had to see it from right here. Really, it did just it really did, you know, take a hit at this point. You can really see these poles really split right here where that wood is, which shows you how gusty those winds were. I know Chris mentioned a few minutes ago, about 15 at this point, that it really takes about 90 miles per hour winds to split a pole just like this. So it shows you what this area did experience. We again are off of the intersection of Lawyers Road and Highway 106. That is in Union County. We know that Duke Energy currently is on scene within this hour, already working on this. Now we talked to somebody just about I got off the phone with him about a minute ago, and he is at a nursery here on this road and had to kind of shelter in place and watch this storm roll by, ripping off parts of his roof, sending those pictures to us, saying it was really an intense situation. Now, one thing to mention about these power lines right here, while they are down, there are dozens of homes on the opposite side of them, obviously blocking them in right now. Many of these lines on people's driveways, so there's no way they can get out. We do know that the Union County Sheriff's Office was out here also checking on these residents. We saw them stop and kind of look and see if anybody was home or standing outside, but really work is underway in the distance. You can see that cherry picker currently up, those linemen working. And like Logan said with Duke Energy, these crews can work as long as it's under 30 mile per hour winds. So the rain is picking up though here in Union County. You can see it falling a little bit more right now. Things are trying to get back to normal, but obviously things are a little bit messed up from that storm. We know that power is out right here, we can say, because the lights are also not working at this intersection. So things are moving, but moving slowly but surely as they are trying to repair from the storm's impacts.
Austin, I actually have one question for you. So this sounds a little weird, but can you go down the line, and I want you to physically count each of the power poles that are affected. How many are you seeing are actually either the tops broken off or at an angle? And I know we're getting Sesame Street, but I want you to count for me.
Yeah, of course. That's it. No, this is great. I love Sesame Street. This is great. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9. If you're 8 or 9 right there, I can't tell the very last one, but that shows almost 10 at this point that are seeing some impacts. This is not just, you know, a little bit of an issue. These are completely snapped, almost in half, really hanging on because the other lines are holding them all together. So Sesame Street, that's right. You know, about 8 or 9 poles right now that are seeing that damage right here. That is on Lawyers Road, just before Highway 601 here in Union County. This is just some of the impacts that we're seeing. Again, I always say this, I'll say it again and again and again. If you have impacts in your area, if you have photos, if you have videos, if you see something that you would like to let us know about, please send that to us on our WCNC Charlotte mobile app. Inside our Near Me feature, you can go in there, send those photos and videos, and really help paint a picture. If actually we move this way so you can see more crews are currently on the way, that truck heading towards the rest of those affected power lines. So like we mentioned, after counting about 8 or 9 poles altogether, really messed up from this storm here in Union County.
Austin, great job out there, by the way, and excellent counting. But the only reason why I asked you that question is because a typical power pole in urban areas is usually separated by about 125 feet. In some of the more rural areas, it can be up to 300 feet. So what you're talking about is about over 1,000-foot range that you saw damage. And is there any way that Pierre could zoom into the first one that's damaged? Because I kind of want to walk you through what the National Weather Service is going to do. Because am I right? The top's kind of knocked off. Is that true? The first one that's damaged, like way off in the distance down the road.
Oh, way off. Yeah, so way off in the distance if we go the opposite direction.
Yeah.
The top looks like it's a little bit knocked off. Really, yes.
Okay. So the only reason why this, and just hold the shot, and I know that the rain's really picking up. I want you guys to get out of the way. Typically, whenever you have a broken wood cross member, that shows a range anywhere from 80 to 114 miles per hour. That shows that we're in the bound of like at least an EF1. When it's down on an angle, as you're seeing right there, leaning or broken, we have minimum winds of 110 to 130 miles per hour. So this is showing every indication as you're looking right here, the isolated damage, how big this was. This could be an EF2 with winds over 111 miles per hour. So again, great job. Stay safe out there, but crazy damage.
I got a question for you, Austin. The other thing, because we've been talking all morning about the winds, but the other, and I don't think it's much of an issue, but there's a lot of rain, and you got quite a bit of rainfall, and you can tell by some of the movement. There's a lot of rain, maybe an inch or so of rain out there, do you think?
Yeah, I would say a good amount of rain in this area. I mean, it really did pick up earlier today and then it kind of stopped, but now it's here really in full force. I think throughout the time I've been talking to you live on TV, it really has just gotten heavier and heavier at this point. The accumulation you can see really on the road too. You can see patches and puddles of water forming. Also here on the grassy areas and muddy areas, you can really see that accumulation. So obviously very wet outside. Even more difficult for those crews to work in this condition. But like Logan says, they're going to continue to, from Duke Energy, they will continue to service these lines even in the rain as long as that wind is not over 30 miles per hour.
Austin, letting you know, it's going to continue to pour for a little bit, my friend, but I think really over the next 30 minutes or so, it'll get better, but your jacket will be gone at that point as far as the wetness goes.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
I can, it's one of those days.
Oh, you can ring it out.
You can like ring it out.
We're going to have to get you a waterproof jacket.
So give an example for the viewers, because I've done a weather IQ on this, the colors of the radar. Your color of the radar right now is turning orange, so you're seeing rain rates at about a ½ inch to an inch per hour. So try to stay dry, my friend, but at least some drier pastures are coming for you.
That pretty much confirms that area we're talking about with children.
Chris,
maybe another ½ inch to another inch of rain.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask you a question then. So for viewers in our Union County area where I'm at, obviously they're seeing that rain right now. When will it go from that orange color that we're kind of in right now to more of a green, which obviously could help these crews out here also work pretty more diligently when they don't have as many impacts from the storm?
That rain is not moving that quickly, and that's the issue. I think, you're in for a little bit more rain, probably. I don't know. This could be another 45 minutes of rain.
Well, to answer Austin's question, so we can kind of work this in reverse, Austin. So we'll do this for you while we have this over here. So oftentimes when we're tracking storms, we do the front of it, but you can also do the back of it. Right now, our most recent radar estimate, so we're going to do some math, is showing this is moving at 25 miles per hour. Notice the difference? Notice how the storms are moving at 45 to 50 miles per hour. This is at 25. So what I'm going to see here is this is going to be the reverse. This is going to be the clearing for where Austin is, and he's around North Monroe. So this is moving off towards the northeast. So when we're going to start to see the all clear, and this is important for any of the cleanup crews, it's just showing about 10:53 for Min Hill. Monroe could see rain for up to about another hour doing this basic timing. So and as Larry was putting away the rain rates are right now, Austin probably going to be seeing at least another ½ inch or at least a ¼ inch, because right now the rain rates within that he's dealing with right now about a ¼ inch per hour. So up to about another ¼ inch and about an hour, Austin, if you are still listening.
So, and that, we've not spoken that much about the issue with the amount of rain that some neighbors could get. So we've talked about the high winds. So this, in those areas over there in the eastern part of, as you get over towards Union County, we're talking about maybe rain totals up to an inch and a half, maybe 2 inches as we take a look at the radar situation. It'll be improving as we head towards the afternoon. By about 2-3 o'clock, it's out of here. And there are areas in the mountains getting some sun peeking through, so hopefully we may get a little bit of sun as we get to late in the afternoon. But fascinating pictures from over there. Thanks to Pierre Simmons for getting the great shots and Austin for the great report. But just to see the damage that the National Weather Service is going to see, and once again, very unusual for them to come the same day. They normally do it the day after to determine, yes, was it a tornado and how high were the winds?
And this could likely isn't the only area, because we also had a very similar signature down in Chester County, but there's a lot less population in Chester County compared to Union County. So there could be other areas that they investigate as time starts to tell. And then I also wanted to mention what we were just looking at. This is kind of a change in the forecast that I've seen, that this is indicating a second coming, and this sometimes happens. So it's like kind of the second tail of this. There's the slightest chance it could be a redeveloping showers late afternoon heading into the evening. That's kind of a forecast change. Not saying I haven't looked too deep into it because it's been so live.
That's a total forecast change.
Yeah, there was nothing there before, but I don't want people to be caught off guard that it's going to be completely sunny just with clouds. There looks like another chance for rain for the Charlotte area. Really, I would say between about 5 to 8 o'clock. So that's kind of a forecast change that we just want to give you live time.
One thing about this computer model that we're using, it has been so accurate.
I trust it.
The time frame we were talking about, the amount of rain, the fact that we did get rain. So yeah, interesting, because I do understand that we could get some rain, because really in the mountains they are going to get snow up there. So yeah, that weather system is going to deliver maybe 1 inch to 2 inches of snow in some of the higher elevations of the mountains between late this afternoon and tomorrow. So yeah, that rain does continue to fall over there in Union County. Rain possibly inch and a half in some neighborhoods. Hasn't been a flood situation. That's been the good news about this, but certainly the folks there and we appreciate so much what Duke Energy does. And there's the linemen, the ladies too, that work over there. They're working hard to get that power restored in those neighborhoods. And I tell you what, with that kind of damage, that's going to take a while, because they got to get new poles up, because you had the power lines down, the snap poles. That's going to be a considerable amount of work. It's going to go probably all the way into the evening to get that repaired.
And that's why we just also want to mention that second round of rain, because that can catch a lot of people off guard, especially if they're doing any cleanup. And here are some estimated rainfall totals. This is strictly from the radar. So a range anywhere from 1/4 inch to over 2 inches. It just depends where those heavier bands set up. This isn't always super accurate, but it kind of shows the range. But I do want to transition, and I'll get Brittany ready on this. It's been a really wet road, where I know your road weather index has a blue background. That means ponding still remains, even though it has cleared for some of the Charlotte area.
Yeah, things are starting to clear, but actually the 2 crashes that are the most active are the ones that we've had all day long. So this one happened just before about the 9 o'clock hour, and this was the crash here I-85 northbound near University City. Now the good news is that if you look at that live camera, the 2 vehicles that were involved in this crash do look to have cleared. However, the 2 left lanes are still blocked in this area. So still use caution, of course, take an opposite direction if you can. As we take a look at your traffic maps again, you can see how long this does last. Again, it starts right around University City Boulevard. That's a mile marker 43. Again, if we can take it to that traffic map, and then goes all the way down back toward just before the 77 corridor starts to kick off. Only other active crash we have right now is still the one over in Gaston County. This is between Belmont and McAdenville, I-85 southbound. Still dealing with some issues, some obstruction on the roadways. Earlier, a crane truck did topple over. It looks like there was potential damage here to a bridge in this area, so we'll continue to watch this. Still creeping and crawling with the traffic, less than 10 miles an hour. Your best workaround is going to be 74 if you're taking a detour there in Gaston County, again from the Belmont area into McAdenville.
Well, from the roads to the skies, where we are seeing some impacts there at Charlotte Douglas as well. Right now, we have over 165, or around 165 rather, cancellations, 87 delays as we have just checked throughout the morning. So be sure to check your flight status before you leave for the airport if that is in your travels. And I do want to say, if you're just joining us here on WCNC Plus live at 10:24 as we're talking about this weather, we've received multiple messages from families out in Union County frustrated with the district because of those kids having to go to school. I want you to know that we did reach out to the district about that, as we did hear from one parent that said that their students were sitting in buses in a parking lot while that tornado warning was issued. The district telling us here, again, as I pull up the statement that they sent us, that the schools practice protocols related to a tornado warning. All buses were parked during that warning, and that there was no change to the schedule. Of course, we hope to hear more from them soon.
You know, we will be hearing from authorities there in Union County coming up in about 20 minutes, and you can see that live right here on WCNC Plus. In the meantime, with that severe weather we saw today, we've seen several tornado watches and warnings in our area. Our WCNC Weather Impact team shows us all what you should do when you're at home, when you're in the car, or when you're out and about when there is a potential tornado.
During an active tornado warning, you need to know where you should go, no matter where you are.
Now, when at home, the best place is a basement, but what if you don't have a basement? The second best location is an interior room away from those outside walls and windows. Put as many layers between you and the outside. A bathroom, an interior hallway, or like me, this closet. Once you're in your safe location, like my closet here, make sure you have a helmet to protect your head, maybe a flashlight and your phone or tablet so you can keep up to date on what's going on with the weather, and make sure you have some shoes, because if there is some damage and you have to climb out, it might be over broken glass or even nits.
In an apartment, the same rules apply. Go to the lowest level, but be sure to use the stairs just in case the elevator loses power. Somewhere like under the staircase, an interior hallway, or a room with no windows is your safe space. crouch and cover your head.
But what about your car? It's one of the worst places to be during a tornado. If the tornado is still at a distance, you may be able to drive away at a 90-degree angle from its path until you find a safe destination. But if it's close enough, don't outrun it. Pull over, keep your seatbelt on, duck below the windows, and cover your head. Even an EF1 tornado can push a car, while an EF2 tornado is strong enough to lift it off the road. Do not take shelter under a bridge or overpass. Wind speeds accelerate in these areas and flying debris becomes even more dangerous.
If you're in a store, an office building, or a mall, don't panic. There are safe places to go. You can go under a stairwell, in a hallway, even an interior bathroom.
When you're in the open outdoors, your number one option is to find a sturdy shelter. But that's not always a possibility. Your last resort, you're going to find the lowest level, lay flat on the ground, and put your hands behind your head to protect yourself. You need to be as far away from cars, trees, telephone poles, and anything tall as possible to be blown on top of you during a tornado. If you follow all the advice that we just told you, that is your best option to stay safe during a tornado warning.
And boy, did we need that info.
It's kind of ironic that we ran that today because that was on the schedule to run, and then we had all this dramatic thing
And
happen.
there's supposed to be tornado drills and tornado siren drills for both North and South Carolina. They postponed that until Friday because there were actually tornado sirens going off, so indirectly they actually test them out. And I do want to kind of branch off from that, because so Brittany, you were talking about that a lot of parents are upset here around Monroe because they're actually going to school and dropping off.
I think Kaylin was talking about
during that, but she has a new report that from Brad about
there was a few comments, multiple comments about that. I mean, it looks like it might, again, this is the comments from Facebook, but it might have been at the time of drop off for the high school and the middle school, which I think, a lot of parents may be upset too, because like their kids were also driving this. So it wasn't just like a parent in a car with their kid or someone on a bus, but also kids potentially by themselves.
And far would be it from us to ever Monday morning quarterback, but we do know that other school systems made different decisions, and each one has to take responsibility for their own decisions. So, but it clearly was a discussion among school districts overnight into this morning.
And the main issues was the fact that we're forecasting high winds, and buses or high-profile vehicles, they flip over very easily. And that was why a lot of schools determined, especially Charlotte-Mecklenburg, not to send the students out today. Because
these school buses,
the buses,
Because the threshold's like 30 miles an hour, which is less than a tropical storm. That's not that high of a threshold that a bus can flip over. And I know the threshold is lower even in the mountains because of the fact that they're at higher elevations.
And just referencing that weather IQ is you just never know where you're going to be. And you might know that, hey, there's a chance for it, but an example of what happened in Union County, the tornado warning actually was warned well beforehand, because oftentimes the tornado drops down and then we have an active tornado warning. This one did give you a little extra headway because I think they just saw what was happening there. So no matter where you are, those are all the steps that you have to take, and we have that on our Weather IQ YouTube page if you need a refresher, because this is only #1 severe weather event, and we're just beginning our severe weather season, so there's more of these likely to come.
Also good context too that normally they are rain wrapped and they happen quickly. This time the National Weather Service had a significant lead time. However, you, Larry, Chris, and myself, we were actually watching that rotation before and did even give you guys a few extra minutes. So it's just a good reminder as to why we work, not only us, but the National Weather Service, but work in conjunction. They're our media partners, and we say that for a reason, because we have to work together in order to give people life-saving
And anyone new to
information.
the area, 9 times out of 10, the tornadoes we get here are rain wrapped. They just come in that type of storm.
What does that mean, rain wrapped?
It means rain. There's rain around it, so you don't see a funnel. It's just pouring down rain, and it's a huge cloud, rain in that, and within that rain, you have the tornado.
So you're not going to see a tornado like what you see in the movies here.
In the Midwest, you can see
Where
it
it's
from
dry.
miles away.
It's an actual dry tornado. That's what you're discussing.
Very seldom do you see those
here.
in this area.
So more likely than not, your report is going to be from radar or like correlation coefficient, which is what we look at to see debris being picked up in versus like Kaylin Hagwood calling me from Chester County saying, "Hey, Brittany, I see a tornado on the ground." It's just that is very unlikely to happen. I know you would, Fred.
That's a very important distinction. That's how
it is.
There are cases. We've had many reports in the past of funnels have been sighted. They're on video, but 9 times out of 10 they aren't. And the other thing is, once again, to explain, the National Weather Service determines the wind speed of the tornado after it already happens. It's not measured as it's happening. So it's the type of damage, the type of damage, the pattern, and how much damage determines whether it's an EF0 or an EF5,
Well, if
or
you're
anything in between.
If you're just joining us here on WCNC Plus, the time is 10:31. We are live. We've been live throughout the morning to tell you about those weather impacts.
That's right. And we got word from Union County in the last half hour that there are no injuries reported, which is fantastic news, considering some of the damage that we've seen from our reporters there on the ground and from our weather team right here. Let's go ahead and start at the half hour with another check of the forecast and have this fine team bring us up to speed with where we stand as of right now.
As of right now, we take a look and show you what's going on as far as any severe weather threats. And certainly they're not in the Charlotte metro area. They have moved east and northeast of here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning over there around Chatham County, Lee County, Moore County, all well to the east and southeast of the Charlotte area. Highway 74, you'll encounter some of that in that part of the, over towards the Pinehurst area. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Alamance, Durham County, Orange County, Person County. That area right there up towards Roxborough, from Durham to Roxborough, that's with that tornado tag. It does mean a severe thunderstorm that has the capability of becoming a tornado. It has some rotation within it. The one that's closest to us, this one right here, that's simply a regular thunderstorm warning, straight line winds, but they can still do a lot of damage. You can still have winds up to 50 to 100 miles an hour. And we take a look and show in our area, no storms, east to northeast of here. That's where the severe weather is. Interesting, you draw that line, Interstate 77, everything is moved east, everything west, no rain to report. So we got heavy pockets of rain from Albemarle and Stanley County. Polkton got some heavy rain there as you get into areas east and around Mount Pisgah, Bennettsville, South Carolina, Pinehurst, up to Asheboro. That's where the rain is, and that's all moving off to the east pretty rapidly. So we expand the view. Wanted to show you the extent of this storm. And once again, altogether, 100 million Americans are affected by some type of storm today. Most of that is along a frontal boundary that extends all the way to Canada. So you can see rain basically from Ottawa, Canada, Toronto, all the way across New York into the Delmarva Peninsula, into areas in North and South Carolina, all the way to Georgia and Florida. And then you can see wrapping around, big area of low pressure on the backside of that. There's a lot of snow in parts of Minnesota, all the way up towards areas in Nebraska and Iowa. For us, wind gusts today, here's what we're looking at as we head in the afternoon. Those wind gusts are not over yet. And these aren't severe thunderstorm winds. It's all part of that big storm system that track through. And it's going to be a day with a lot of wind out there. In fact, as we head in the afternoon, you can see winds gusting up to about 34, 35 miles an hour. Even around 8, 9 o'clock tonight, we could see some winds gusting close to 30 miles per hour, but they're not severe thunderstorm winds, and that's good news. Here's that official Guy Roofing 7-day forecast. Upper 60s today. Tomorrow, big cool down. We start at 38, mid-50s in the morning, about 62 on Friday. Weekend, not too bad. Saturday, nice. We're at 70 degrees. Could be a few showers, but no severe weather on Sunday. And the next Tuesday, back to about 73 degrees for a high temperature. That's the weather word. Let's get a check on traffic. We've had a lot of problems this morning, so Chris, I know you have something to talk about here.
Yeah, just traffic has been a mess, absolutely, and Brittany's been following that, and you have cars facing the wrong way, continue back up from crane truck that impacted a bridge that was right around exit 26, and that was I-85 southbound. That was before the rain really picked up, and now it's a slow go trying to get out of here. So I will also say, because Austin Walker was wondering when the rain was going to end, we are starting to see things really start to clear out of Weddington, all clear around Charlotte. Huntersville, good to go as well. Heavier rain still falling for the Albemarle area, I would say, for the next hour, hour and a half, because this is now moving pretty slowly, move its way off towards the north and east. I want to change radar sites here to show you what else is happening with our friends further off towards the east. Not trying to ditch what's happening here, but the worst of the weather has now moved on, and we're not mad about it. All in all, it is going to be just kind of a recovering from the rain type of day. Again, if you live west of I-77, you are good to go. And we're still seeing the same example of what we saw over here. Surprisingly, I thought the signature was actually a little bit better for us when we moved through, better in a bad way. But you still have a lot of these bends and twists of the atmosphere, so I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to see several more tornado warnings associated with this, but the National Weather Service in Raleigh has not done that yet. As far as the rain intensity, how fast the rain is moving, it's moving out towards the northeast at about 25 miles per hour, and any winds within this still could gust up to around 30 miles per hour behind this system. And I actually want to do that. Let's try to show you exactly what's going on for the near term. We are going to cool down, and that's why Larry was talking about a little bit of snow that we potentially could see. So over the next, let's bring up your 24-hour surface map. This surface map is showing what we're going to be seeing and the changes. So one thing that is changing in your forecast is, see how there's a secondary cold front? The first one is what brought us the severe weather. It's the second one that's going to bring us a potential chance for rain. How many times during the forecast do we see a change? And this makes sense, because what's going to happen, the secondary front, we're going to destabilize the atmosphere when the sun comes back out a few hours from now. I'm not going to say that you're going to have round 2 severe weather. It's still just going to be enough that we could fire up a few more showers. So you might even have a thunderstorm embedded with this, believe it or not. But that secondary front is going to wedge in, I would say, anytime between about 4 to 8 o'clock, giving us a chance for rain. Meanwhile, a trough, that's that dashed line, scoops through, giving enough lift for some snow up in the mountains. And then after that, the damage is done. Much cooler air is upon us. And then going forward, we're going to see temperatures really on the rise, about 70 degrees, 81 on Wednesday. And I also want to make note of this. Now that we're starting to see those warmer temperatures, today we had temperatures in the 60s. We did not have a high level of CAPE, as it's called. That's the available energy in the atmosphere. And we still had a strong tornado embedded in this line. And what's most interesting about this is when we get more moisture, when you get warmer temperatures, our threat's only going to go up. So I just want everyone to be weather aware, just kind of in the back of their mind, that once we're calling for these thunderstorm chances, that there will be more potential. Now, looking ahead, is there anyone that could potentially grab our interest? Not really. I think you're going to see some rain on Saturday night heading into Sunday. Technically another disturbance Wednesday into Thursday, but we gave this weather alert day by, I think it was on Sunday is where we first chimed it. That's where Becca and Brittany were. So we're always going to try to give you the necessary warning to kind of keep this in mind. I'm happy this is a morning event. During the afternoon, I still think it could have been a whole lot worse. And our temperatures, as I was just showing you, are going to be trending in a good direction. But I also want to backtrack here, because I want to kind of go through this. As a meteorologist, when I moved here, I never really had seen this. Usually I was used to seeing a strong line of thunderstorms, then you have just basic light to moderate rain behind it. What's really interesting about these QLCSs that we see around here is that literally there's light to moderate rain, so that's the light greens to the dark greens, and within that is a strong line of thunderstorms. This is very unique to where we live here in the southeastern United States. Yes, you can see it further off towards the west, the Midwest, but it's more characteristically found right around here. And then as this went on, so this is at 7:33, we didn't have any warnings, but then we started to see little pieces break. It started to strengthen a little bit. We had wind gusts up to about 58 miles per hour around Alexander County. There were signs of rotation. It was around this point that in between there, this is also a good indication. Whenever there's a break in the line, that might show that there's a rotation, and that did come to fruition, because literally right in between there, if I zoom in, yep, that's where we had that tornado damage, and that's where Austin Walker is. And then we have these tools. This is the storm trackers that showed that rotation at about 8:33. At that point, it looked like the tornado could have been on the ground, and that rotation continued, and then you saw a lot of broken segments there, but now I can say that the worst of the weather is past and gone. Now, I am still going to flag Richmond County. I'm still seeing a little bit of rotation here. Nothing that's really at a threatening level as of yet. Some strong winds are also associated right along here. You can see those kinks that we're depicting a little bit earlier on. These blues also show still gusts up to about 60 miles per hour, but for the most part, most of the area is in the clear. Still waiting for that rain to clear, but it's taking a while, only moving at 25 miles per hour from the southwest to the northeast.
Let's talk about some of the rain totals. Once again, estimated. We call it Doppler estimates. But yeah, we definitely, Weather 2 does show where we got some rain, and some areas did get, about 1.25 inches a third of rain. We were predicting somewhere from about an inch, inch and a half. Just down Interstate 85, south of Shelby, about an inch and a third there. Just around Lincoln County, around Lincolnton, about an inch of rainfall there. Once again, all estimates. And around Newberry in South Carolina, about an inch and a third of rainfall there. And once again, we're looking at the big view indicating where all the heavier rainfall is at the moment. And it's a slow mover. It's finally moving east of Interstate 77, Albemarle to Rockingham to Bennettsville to Fayetteville. That's where the showers are at the moment. And then once again, I just think this is fascinating, this storm system, the extent of the rain all the way from Toronto, Canada, New York, all the way into the Delmarva Peninsula, into Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, all the way to Georgia, into Florida. And then in the Midwest, it's heavy snow. It's a major storm system. Current winds, these are sustained winds, about 15-mile-an-hour wind at Charlotte, 21 at Concord, but we are getting some gusty winds out there. In Charlotte, our gust at 26, 33-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Salisbury, and those winds will continue all the way throughout the afternoon into the evening. Some of the higher winds will be 30 to 35 miles an hour. So yes, winds will continue and even through tomorrow morning. So be prepared. The heavy storm activity is well to the east of us. And that's a look at the weather here. Back over to the guys at the desk.
All right.
All right, Larry, thanks.
Let's get out to Austin Walker. He's live at Evergreen Nursery there near Unionville, another place where we saw some of the damage. All right, lay it out for us, Austin. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, so we've actually been out here for a few hours at this point, really just looking at the damage by this storm. We showed you that crews were already on scene. Here they are actually right now. You can see those linemen up in that cherry picker working on those lines right now. We actually counted how many earlier today, and it really was about 8 or 9 that we saw that were knocked over by these winds and by this heavy rain. Now, this all being said, obviously the area is seeing these impacts. Power is currently out of the majority of these homes and businesses right here, and we know that they are on scene working to make this a lot better and get that power restored. There are dozens of homes along this stretch where these power lines are, and a lot of them are blocking the driveways, which could make it really hazardous for individuals trying to really understand and kind of see what the next step is right now. Duke Energy is aware of this. I did talk to Logan just a few minutes ago with Duke Energy. She says that crews are aware of this, and they're going to be really working to make sure that power is restored in a timely manner. Now, we did talk to Chris, who is with the greenhouse right here with this nursery, and he there's some damage right here. So if we actually can zoom in on the back side of this greenhouse, you can see that is where some damage is. It's not extensive, really. It's not really that bad. He says he did experience the storm. He walked us through what he and what he heard. He says he heard the rain and the wind, and the next thing he knew, everything outside went gray, and the next thing he saw was pieces of that building flying around in a circle. That's what he said. So we were we're trying to understand if this was a tornado or if this was straight line winds, but he says from his experience that he saw pieces of that building flying once by the window and then making a complete 360 all the way around, finally ending where these potted plants are right here. Now inside, he knows that some of his products are toppled over, obviously, because that wind was pretty aggressive, but we do know that the impacts in this area are pretty aggressive when it comes to that power and restoration right here. So we are seeing some progress. Thankfully, they're already out here within an hour of this all happening, so things are moving in the right direction, but still some residents here are impacted by this severe weather.
And we should say, Austin, as we're expecting to hear from Union County Emergency Management here shortly, that we did receive a statement from them saying that they are responding to reports of not only storm damage, but a possible tornado touchdown right in the area where you are along Friendly Baptist Church Road.
Let's go ahead and bring in Larry and Chris. They're standing by as well. I mean, just as you watch what Austin's talking about, and as he lays out the damage that he sees around him, what comes to mind, gentlemen? I
think my first question is, so Austin, kind of paint a picture. You've done a great job, by the way, and the rain's lighter. That's good for you. So we were noticing where the power lines were, and then that was on. And I know you're off of Lawyers Road, and you're near the intersection of Highway 601. How far is the nursery from where you are right now from the damaged power lines that we were just looking at?
Yeah, so that first actual power line that we were talking about earlier when we were counting from that first line, I would want to say probably 100 to 200 feet in the distance. So it's really not that far away when you think about it. It's not too far, but still it shows you the distance of where the impacts were for this greenhouse, for those power lines are. But like you mentioned last time, Chris, each power line is probably a good 200 feet in between each other. And if there's about 9 power lines, that is over 1,000 feet that we're seeing that damage just in one area.
Yeah. Hey, Austin, the next question is the damage where you are at the greenhouse. Is it only the top of the building? Is there any other damage out there?
It's really just the top of the buildings. If we move actually this way, just to kind of show you one more time, the top of the building is the big issue, but it's actually open on one side as well. And that's where that wind did come in and obviously mess up those plans just a little bit. But as we can see right now, things are just the top of the building, really not too much other than that. But again, across the street, a different story with those power lines really just being snapped with ease. It's hard to imagine that this really only did see the top of the building because of how aggressive those winds were and what he was kind of talking about, what he saw during that storm.
Yeah, thanks, Austin. You know, over the years, just covering all kinds of tornadoes, there are tornadoes that don't actually touch the ground. Mm-hmm. They skirt across the roofs of houses, and they could have skirted right there, you know, maybe 10, 15, 20 feet off the ground, hit those power lines, snapped the power poles, but didn't actually touch the ground.
Yeah, and it's just enough to bring it down. But with the base were, I wouldn't be surprised if it did make contact in the ground just around where we did have those power poles and then lift up. Because oftentimes you see like where it skips, it can skip on the ground. But we've been talking about our degrees of damage, where is the basis of the EF scale. So just loss of metal roof panels, just in general. The lower bound, and that means the minimum winds for that to happen is 60 miles per hour. So that can happen in a severe thunderstorm. Yeah. The max winds would be about 90. So what you see in this scenario, the snap power poles are more indicative of winds anywhere from 100 to 120 miles per hour. But then not too far from there, this is a little bit more of an EF0. This happens all the time. That whenever you talk about an EF2, EF3 tornado, that's the peak winds. So there's oftentimes that along the path, it could be EF0, EF0, EF1, EF2, EF0. It just depends. So we are seeing a bunch of different degrees. So there's a lot of tools here, and we haven't even seen what the damages like around the middle school and the potential high school as well.
It could have formed right near the roof.
Yep.
And then intensified, or it actually was intense as it began, hit the power poles, and then lost intensity as it was elevated and hit the top of the roof. So, you know.
And it happened so fast, too.
Yeah,
we saw.
We'll never know.
The good thing is you always kind of have, Mother Nature gives you a warning, and sometimes we have the tools like the radar. When there's lightning and thunder, it's warning you that the thunderstorm is coming. In this case, when there's a certain twist, it starts to coil up. It doesn't always happen right away. There's always signs, and we did see that sign beforehand. So hopefully you're watching WCNC Plus at the time, because the evolution of this, once you started to see it turn, it happened fast in that short time frame.
Quick, and the National Weather Service will give us, we'll probably know by this time tomorrow, an estimated wind speed of that tornado.
I bet you even by the evening shows.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe so. They may release that information. I mean, they come in, they do a great examination, spend a lot of time determining the extent of damage, type of damage, and the estimated wind speed. And once again, it's estimated. It's not exact.
Yeah, so a lot to unfold here, but I'm happy to say the rain's finally getting out of here, and our severe weather window is closing.
Chris, Larry, good news there. 10:48 right now on WCNC Plus, and we've been talking better part of the morning about folks in Union County, since there was in fact a tornado warning issued there. We've seen the damage from Austin Walker as well.
Well, now Liz Cooper from Union County Emergency Management, she's joining us live on the broadcast. Liz, thank you for your taking some time.
You're welcome. Appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, here in Union County, our Emergency Operations Center has been activated by our Emergency Management Director, Andrew Ansley. And right now we have damage assessment teams going into the Unionville area to monitor and assess any damage that has been reported. Thankfully, we have not heard of any injury reports, so that's really good news.
Yeah, that's perhaps the best news of it all. Based on what you're hearing, does it confirm what we've been following as well this morning about around the Porter Ridge area, around the greenhouse that our Austin Walker was at just a few minutes ago? They're off Lawyers Road, north of Monroe.
That is correct. That is the area where we have heard initial reports of damage. Right now, the National Weather Service out of Greenville, South Carolina, has teams who are on the way to Union County, and they will go to that area. They will be the entity that will be able to confirm whether or not a tornado, in fact, touched down.
Tell us about the people who are living in that area. Is there a large population just right where this damage is, and have they been evacuated? What is the message to people at home?
Well, there have been no evacuations. Of course, the National Weather Service issued the tornado warning at 8:30 this morning, and it was in effect until 9 o'clock, so for 30 minutes. And of course, this week is Severe Weather Preparedness Week, and so this week serves as a reminder for all residents, all families, to have a plan in the event of severe weather. And in the event of a tornado warning, people should seek shelter away from windows, get to the lowest level of a floor of a home if possible. And if you're in the car, of course, you want to get out and get inside somewhere that you can be safe. So this area, to answer your question, is one of the more rural areas of the county. However, some of the places around where damage has been reported is within the Porter Ridge area, and of course there are some schools in that area, so we have been in contact with our partners with Union County Public Schools, and thankfully there again have been no reported injuries.
Well, to that point, we have heard from some frustrated and concerned parents about the fact that their kids were either on the way to school or in the buses. Knowing that you don't speak for Union County Schools, you represent Union County Emergency Management. What would be your message to frustrated parents when you had schools like CMS and others that either canceled or learned on remote?
Well, you're right that I can't speak on behalf of Union County Public Schools. I think it's normal for parents, of course, to be concerned anytime there is severe weather or they feel that their child's safety may be in danger. But it's just a good reminder to trust the professionals who they are entrusted care with every day. And, thankfully, I know that schools train for these types of events. And so, I'm a parent of a Union County Public School student. And although, of course, it's worrisome, I totally have faith in the public school system and the training provided to school administrators and teachers.
And Liz, we are getting some reports, or at least from parents, that there may have been damage at some of those schools. Have you seen that on your end?
I'm not able to confirm any specific damage at schools. As I mentioned, right now, damage assessment teams are out, and so that information is still coming in, and we're not able to confirm any specific damage just yet.
All right, Liz Cooper, Union County Emergency Management. Liz, I know it's a busy morning for you guys there in Union County. Thanks for taking time. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, turning back now to Larry and Chris with the latest on the forecast. And can we now say that we are in the clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing like early this morning. Now, let's take a look at the radar weather, too, and we'll show you. There's still some rain. I mean, there are folks still getting some rain, drenching rain east of Charlotte. Take a look right there. And, it's that line. We always talk about this, Interstate 77 east of there. That's where the rain is, and that covers Albemarle all the way up as you go up towards areas around Asheboro, all the way to Sanford. And once you get to Chesterfield County, some moderate heavy rainfall reported there. Here's the big view. This amazing. This is a huge storm system that's affected so many people throughout the area. As far as winds, we got some wind sustained about 15 miles per hour. That's sustained wind, constant wind, and then getting some current winds gusting up to about 20, 25 miles an hour in Charlotte. Nothing exceptional, but those winds will continue on and off throughout the day, into the afternoon, into the evening. In fact, we could even still see some gusty winds tomorrow morning with the Guy Roofing 7-day forecast. 69 today, 56 tomorrow, and around 70 on Saturday. Next week, 73. I think, were you saying something about one of the days next week, 80 degrees?
Yeah, it's about day 8.
Yeah,
Day 8.
If we did the 10-day, we'd say 8. So get ready for some old-fashioned spring weather. And remember, spring forward this weekend. Clocks ahead 1 hour.
We got this, and we got through today as well, and there is another chance for rain to end the day, as we were mentioning, but at least that severe weather window is closing. So thank you for staying weather alert today. Still watch for some of those gusty winds. A few trees could fall still across the area, but most likely you're going to be okay.
All right. Chris, Larry, thanks. Let's go to live pictures right now from our view cam over uptown Charlotte. You can see gray morning still out there, but the rain looks like it has come to an end, although a few drops still there on the lens.
A little lighter out there, too, so that's the good news. We're making some progress. If you've been with us throughout the morning, we always like to ride this wave with you, and we'll continue to cover this throughout the evening here on WCNC Charlotte, as well as on WCNC Plus. We'll join you back live here at 11:30.